Well, hello and welcome back to Coffee Talk with Karen B. Happy to be here with y'all. How are you this fine Moonday morning? It's August 24th, 2026. What's up? Who's here? Look at all you fine people. Redondo Rocket, what's up? Tony Coriolis, Lizzie Iron Maiden, Billingtano, Scrotal Xerox. Who else did I see here? Spicy Sarah. Hi, Spicy Sarah. The Accidental Alchemist. Good to see you. Dr. E. Vales. Got hit on top of the head with a shovel. Oh my god, that sucks. Sounds like it hurt. What's up, Chi Chi? Zero fucks. Love it. That's right. I had my magnetic antenna on a flat shovel on top of my shed. I touched the cable going to jerry rig on it fell. Hilarious. Yeah, there should be no chipmunking because I updated everything and we should be good. What's up, Flat Earth Andy? How's everybody doing this morning? It's good to see you. What's been going on? What's been going on? Um, Dude, I feel like all that's going on is people just keep talking about the same stuff. There's kind of some crazy stuff going on. All these women supporting that woman who killed her three babies. They're like, I don't understand this. I don't understand this at all. Can somebody please make it make sense? Like it's weird. It's so psyopy. And then all these women making videos of themselves getting all angry and throwing ice in a bathtub and there's forced crying like, feel bad for me, woe is me. Shut the fuck up and go take care of your baby. That's what I'm saying. Have a gash on your forehead? Oh my gosh. You're watching. Oh, did he talk about it? He streams in the middle of the freaking night, man. I wish you would not stream. I can't be. I'm hard fast asleep at that time. You were watching. I'm sure you were watching. You were probably in bed too, watching on the replay gang. Replay gang. Yeah, but then of course I have this, so I couldn't. I can't just sit and watch videos all day, or else everybody's gonna be like, "Where you at, Karen?" I'll watch it. I'll try to watch it later though. What was these? Dude, there's so weird stuff about it. On X, like her psychiatrist and who he is, and it's very psyopy. Like it's almost like they're trying to normalize women going crazy and killing their babies. It's like they not enough babies are dying, so they're gonna. It's like they're launching this little side attack, to attack women to make you think that it's okay, to go crazy and like strangle your babies. And then all these other women are in support of her. They raised like $1 million on the GoFundMe for the family, and the goal is 2 million. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You watched Witsit on 1.5 speed? How do you follow? Was he not talking that fast or what? I mean, have you guys seen this? Have you seen these videos of all these moms and shit? It seems psyopy and pushed. Can't believe it's getting this much attention naturally. Right? It is. It's weird. It's almost like they're testing their programming that they've been launching on the attack programming they've been launching on females for all these years. How good is it working? Can we make them defend a woman who kills her own babies? Looks like it's working. Happy sunshiny day to you, everyone. Hello, Mark Shuri. Um, Speculation grows over Mitch McConnell's health and absence. There's still no Mitch McConnell, huh? When he's not debating retards, yeah. That's cool. I'm glad Witsit's streaming again. I'll have to go check it out. Some creators talk so slow I can listen at 2.5 speed. I'm kind of a slow talker. Sometimes I could be a slow talker, and sometimes I could be a fast talker. Though I guess it depends on if I'm pissed off or not. I feel like I'm a slow talker compared to other people, though. Hello, Earth first, space later. So here's one thing that I saw. come around was there's this company that says they're using brain cells um, on computer chips. Biological data centers. Singapore launched a data center powered by human brain cells. Cortical Labs. Singapore launches a server powered by living human brain cells. Cortical Labs has assembled a rack of 20 biocomputers, each using millions of living human neurons from stem cells, grown from stem cells. The technology's main advantage is its energy efficiency. Such a biocomputer consumes around 1 kilowatt, while a conventional AI server can use more than 100 kilowatts. So, the developers hope to use the technology in drug development, robotics, cybersecurity, and AI. So, they grow these little neurons from stem cells and they put them on a silicone chip, and it's apparently more efficient than the AI. Uh, how dystopian, transhumanistic, freaking Terminator, Matrixy does the world get? Hello, Jana. What does powered by mean? Electricity lit. I want to see if I can read an article. Singapore Cortical Labs. Forget silicon chip servers. Singapore's newest data center needs to be fed. Singapore, tucked inside the National University of Singapore Center for Life Sciences, is a data center with a pulse. I don't know. I don't know if that's really accurate, though. I don't think it actually has a heart. Unlike traditional server farms running on silicon chips, this facility processes data using living human brain cells. Every 3 days, laboratory technicians feed the brain cells a cocktail of sugar, micronutrients, and pH buffers. A gas mixer pumps in carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen, providing a dedicated life support system. The brainchild of Australian biotech startup Cortical Labs, the setup went live July 16th. Cortical Labs has joined forces with NUS and data center operator Day One to bring the concept of Singapore for joint internal research and development. Their tie-up was first announced in March. It has commercialized a similar biological data center in Melbourne, its first in the world. Chong Han Wang, Cortical Labs founder and chief executive, said that biological data centers are better suited for applications where data sets may be limited and where conditions are highly unpredictable. He cited the use of humanoid robots in public spaces, homes, office, or industries where conditions are ever changing. There's not enough data in the real world to train humanoid robots to do everything that we need the robots to do using traditional servers, said Chong during a facility tour on August 7th. For instance, teaching a robot to navigate from one point to another may require vast amounts of training data that mirrors the real-world environment. Biological data centers are also better suited for cybersecurity applications in spotting anomalies without huge training data sets, he claimed. So the solution is to ensure limited data can be used efficiently. He added, this is similar to how a human can learn from just a handful of examples and apply what they have learned even when the circumstances change. A researcher, this is a picture of the researcher feeding brain cells, which are used in a biological data center to process data. Singapore's first biological data center comprises 20 units of biological computers. Each CL1 unit houses at least 200,000 lab-grown neurons sitting on an electrode-fitted silicon chip. These living neurons derived from blood cells reprogrammed into stem cells change electrical signals with a computer exchange electrical signals with a computer where their neural activity is translated into raw computing power. Blood cells reprogrammed into stem cells. What? This is so creepy and weird. Karen, I speed you up when I get behind watching you live. You're definitely faster when you're fired up. Grandson's going to see the Deftones in Edinburgh. Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, too bad Stefan won't be there because he doesn't do the overseas stuff anymore. Not on the floor, yeah. Wang, yeah. Wong, just Wong. Not a blood cell. I don't know. That's just what it says. There are plans to house up to 1,000 CL1s here following regulatory approval as well as energy efficiency and safety tests. Its Melbourne facility currently operates 120 CL1s with around 20 paying customers, including corporate research arms and universities experimenting with robotics and gaming. Customers pay $2,200 a month US a month to access the computing resources of a CL1. This is about half of the US $4,300 monthly fee charged by major cloud platforms for renting high-end AI chip for training and running AI models. This is researchers handling a micro electrode array containing neurons and viewing microscope image of neurons. But Chong recognizes that traditional silicon chips are far superior for fast, precise, and repeatable calculations that underpin large language models such as ChatGPT. One huge plus for biological data centers is their low energy footprint, as they are not heat generating servers that require cooling. In Singapore, the energy and water demands of traditional data centers were so intense that the country imposed a temporary pause on the construction of new facilities in 2019 to plan for greener digital growth. In 2019, data centers accounted for about 5.3% of the country's electricity consumption, a figure that rose to 7% in 2020 as the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digitalization. Brain cells, by contrast, use very little energy and do not need cooling. At 30 watts per unit, each CL1 uses less power than a handheld calculator. This is even with its life support systems factored in. What? Comparatively, an AI silicon chip such as NVIDIA's H100 SXM can consume up to 700 watts when running demanding computing tasks. A typical data center server containing 8 H100 chips can consume up to about 10,200 watts, including power consumed by supporting hardware. Wow. Oh, this is the actual website, day one. This is their announcement. Oh, here we go. Day one, a Singapore headquartered global data center developer and operator, and Cortical Labs, a biological computing startup in Melbourne, today announced a partnership to build Singapore's first major biological data center, a first of its kind outside Australia. This brings wetware based compute to one of the world's most sustainability driven digital infrastructure markets. As part of the partnership, Day One will provide capital and strategic input and will collaborate with Cortical Labs and Yonglu Lin School of Medicine, National University of Singapore, to establish a prototype to support the development and deployment of the wetware computing platform. Whoa. Yes, it's cooled down a little bit here. Actually, this morning it was actually below 70. What's up, Three Fingers? Are you guys not interested in them using human brain cells to make computer chips? You don't think this is creepy and weird or what? Oh my god, by 2030, global data center capacity could reach 200 gigawatts, while Southeast Asian data center power demand could quadruple from 2.6 gigawatts to 10.7 gigawatts in its base case, intensifying pressure on grids and emissions trajectories. Regional reporting has also highlighted a growing push for efficient water use and sustainable energy as the data center boom spreads across ASEAN. Maybe this was the play the whole time. Maybe they started pushing for all these big, huge data centers and said that they were going to waste water so that everybody would get pissed off about the energy consumption and water wasting traditional style data centers, so that they'd be okay with them putting brain cells on silicone chips and using human brain cells instead of traditional computing with, standard computer chips that are all crystal and silicon and stuff like that. What if this was like the whole thing, the the whole time they were like, we know how to make them want the biotech. We know how to make them want to have mutant brain cell uh, computer chips. I mean, come on. We know how to let us build biological, artificial, intelligent monsters. Ugh. I could be wrong. I could be being paranoid, but what do you guys think? Sounds similar to the simple DNA effects all tech companies at Elizabeth's home started, supposedly able to detect any genetic anomalies. Demon face syndrome? Well, that's another thing. Didn't they just approve? Elon Musk makes machines that print mRNA. And didn't they just approve a whole bunch of mRNA shots? Let me see. New FDA approved mRNA flu vaccine raises questions about the future of mRNA technology. See, new. The new FDA approved flu vaccine called Fluciva was developed by Moderna and is also known as mRNA 1010, is approved for adults aged 50 and older. Ugh. Look at this. Despite its obvious misuse during COVID, mRNA has tremendous promise for curing diseases. Artificial RNA essentially makes curing disease a software problem. See what they're doing? They're like biohacking people. They're turning this into like this weird. They're they're saying they use these mRNAs to reprogram your DNA. This is beyond fucked up. Moderna pipeline, 44 new mRNA shots for 32 different illnesses. And Elon Musk is pro mRNA because he makes the machines that make mRNA, or Tesla does. And then look, Musk making that tweet, Moderna stock going up, Merck stock going up. I like Sayer G. An experimental mRNA cancer vaccine, you guys. Has anybody seen what's that movie with Will Smith? Yeah, this is literally how that movie starts. What's up, sheepdog? They already proved for decades that mRNA was extremely damaging. Prior to the toilet paper crisis of 2020, the mRNA research hadn't even made it to human trials. Yeah. And they're also putting anybody, if you take your pets to the vet too, apparently the vets have mRNA shit that they're trying to give to the animals too. So you got to watch out there too. I Am Legend. That's it, Billingtano. This is exactly how I Am Legend starts. Is with a cancer vaccine. And they're like, oh, yes, we cured 100% of cancer patients with our new vaccine. And then, and then everybody turns into fucking flesh eating zombies. Like they just turn into like something completely different. It's like the mRNA, whatever, the vaccine just completely changes them. Doesn't that sound like the same thing? Like they're reprogramming your cells to do something other than they are created to do. They're changing, they're reprogramming. So how do we know that is, dude, this is scary. Seriously. What'd you bring up? Demon face syndrome? I think it's going to get worse than that when they start pumping this cancer vaccine, this mRNA cancer vaccine into people. It's going to be like uh, a whole nother mass culling event. Merck and Moderna's press release said a phase 3 trial um, of 1,137 melanoma patients of an experimental mRNA cancer vaccine and plus Keytruda met its primary endpoint versus Keytruda alone. Set the irony aside for a moment. Merck and Moderna are the same two companies behind the COVID-era mRNA shots that are believe that many believe are fueling today's rise in cancer. Even ignoring that, this specific announcement has real red flags worth examining. Red flag number one. That's the entire announcement. No hazard ratio, no confidence interval, no p value, no safety doubt, and nothing. Huh. Interesting. Red flag number two. Here's everything missing from that press release: recurrence counts, death counts, follow-up length, overall survival data, adverse event rates, discontinuation rates. So this is all the information missing from that release that seems like important information. All they gave us was statistically significant and clinically meaningful, a marketing phrase, not a number. Red flag number three. This is an interim analysis, not the final one. Merck and Moderna say that the actual numbers come later at an upcoming medical meeting. The market didn't wait for real data before reacting, neither did Elon, right? Normal now for people in their 30s to have heart attacks, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Or get crazy cancers that young people never used to get. So, what real numbers do exist? Only from a much smaller earlier trial, Keynote 942, just 157 patients, 5-year follow up, and note these are relative reductions in the event rate over time, not absolute percentage point drops. Recurrence free survival, 49% relative risk reduction. Distant metastasis free survival, 59% relative risk reduction. For scale, at 5 years, 68.8% of the vaccine plus Keytruda arm was recurrence free versus 49% on the Keytruda alone, and a negative 20-point absolute difference, not 49. And note that control arm estimate spans 33 to 63 because the arm only had 50 people. So So at 5 years, 68% with the vaccine was recurrence free versus 49% on Keytruda alone. I don't know what Keytruda is. Must be some other drug they were giving people, but the recurrence free goes down with the vaccine. Oh, shocking. Red flag number four, and it's the big one: overall survival. Does this treatment actually help people live longer? Based on 14 deaths in that entire 157 person trial. How to read a hazard ratio for anyone who hasn't seen one. So 1.0, no difference between the two groups. Below 1.0, fewer deaths on the vaccine Keytruda arm. Above 1.0, more deaths on the vaccine Keytruda arm. The 95% CI here spans 0.165 to 1.345. It crosses 1.0. In plain English, the data are just as consistent with an 84% reduction in death risk as they are with a 35% increase in death risk from adding this mRNA vaccine to Keytruda. We cannot statistically rule out that this combo causes more deaths, not fewer. That's not promising, that's unresolved. Far too few events to trust a hazard ratio. Just 1 to 2 deaths shifting between arms could flip the result from half the risk to a third more risk. Yeah, really. Why curing disease is a software problem is the wrong metaphor. Each dose is custom manufactured from the patient's own tumor mutations. Bespoke biologics production, not a code push. The control arm already carries FDA documented fatal multi organ toxicity. Synthetic RNA will cure many diseases, according to Elon Musk. People are GMO. Yeah, man. People see faces around them looking like demons. I heard of that before. That was something that was getting talked about a while ago, like last year, wasn't it? Yep. Terminal RBF. What is that? 6 million lives. There's no cure. People and their damn drugs. Dude, it's crazy because what is this going to do to people? And if it's reprogramming their cells, what does that do? Like if people who have these injections, what does that do to their when they have children? Are the children then born with this like weird thing going on inside of them that isn't natural? Like I don't know, it's scary, man. It's scary to think about. I mean, remember when the COVID jabs came out, and then people were showing pictures of all these babies that looked all weird. They had like black eyes. I don't know if that was true or not, but like babies born. I mean, and these babies are still only like maybe 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old. They're not. They're like just starting to hit the elementary schools right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's gonna be up with these children? Hello. Are you serious? At the end of the day, all medical science is all statistically based. It's all statistics. I remember reading the book How to Lie with Statistics in college. Yeah. Cammy's got peppers to pick. Birth rate's alarmingly low right now. Yeah, I believe that vaccines are definitely making people infertile or doing something to them that's. See, that's another thing. So, like, are these people going to be sterile? Are they going to even be able to have children after having these injections? Or, like, if they give this crap to young ones, right? Are they doing mRNA injections to, like, developing children? Like, preteens, young kids, Even little kids. It's just crazy. So many different facets of Depop. Seriously, yeah. Make some food and try them out. Yes, spicy Sarah. We need to have another little dinner party. Miss you guys. Grandson's getting no vaccines. Excellent. Excellent news. So, yeah, billionaires are who aren't doctors are trying to reprogram your cells, and then they're also taking cells and growing neurons and putting them on computer chips so that they can have more efficient data centers. I'm gonna get them data centers one way or another, right? Jalapenos have gone Chipotle. That means they're really spicy. Got some hurricane watch. Partial lunar eclipse for Charlotte. I have a partial lunar eclipse. How much are we going to see? Oh, that's quite a bit. Ooh. Ooh, that's almost a total eclipse. That's going to be pretty good. What, Friday? This Friday, we're going to have a partial eclipse and see that much of it? That's pretty cool. 12:12 a.m. maximum eclipse. Hey, maybe I'll be able to stay up late enough and try to get some video of that. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Did your pepper turn red before you picked it? Yes, my pepper finally turned red. And then there were other peppers on there that also turned red, and I've had a few red peppers now. I was getting so impatient, and then when I couldn't take it anymore, it just started spitting out all these red peppers. What's up, Tommy? Tell the truth. You ask the government to have a baby. Think of the paperwork to have a GMO baby. Oh my God. Cool. Partial lunar eclipse. Is this the... Yeah, this is the one that's 2 weeks after the solar eclipse. So this is part of the eclipse portal. Is this... I don't know if this closes it or it's part of it. I don't know. 12:12 you say? That's our anniversary. Yes, 12:12 a.m. it says. That's going to be Charlotte time though, so it might be different for y'all. So partial eclipse begins at 10:30 and then maximum eclipse at midnight, a little out shortly after midnight. That's pretty cool. This Thursday night. So not Friday, Thursday night. Thursday. Stream on Kick. What eclipses the moon? I don't know. Not Earth. I know that. Well, I forgot I still had this clip in my hair. I haven't signed up for Kick or made an account at Kick. I guess I could, but I don't know. I kind of had a bad vibe from that platform because they literally, like, how I found out about it was that these dudes streamed themselves like abusing another dude on the stream, and like the guy died during the live stream, and that's how I found out about Kick. I was like, that's creepy. Making pizza sauce? Ah, very nice. Eastern time, yeah. Did you hear too that there was that some bookseller put an Apple AirTag into one of their shipments, and the shipment went back to an Amazon AI facility in Vegas, where the books are cut apart, scanned, and destroyed to train AI This has been being talked about too for the last few weeks about how they're destroying old books. They're scanning them to train AI, and then they destroy the book after they're done. Even though there's technology that exists to scan books without destroying them, they literally just cut the spine off and run it through like a sheet feeder, and then they destroy it afterwards, which is crazy to me. Were they black? I don't know. I think they might have been. One of them might have been. They replayed Charlie Kirk's murder on all the platforms. Yeah, dude. Hello, Dr. Sai. Mental Times. Yeah. Hey, man, this is what we do here on Monday. We just come here and we talk it out, and we try to maintain our sanity in this crazy ass world. You know? At least I do. I'm trying to maintain some sort of sanity because shit is crazy. Crazy. Every day something happens and I'm like, dude, that tracks. World's crazy. What's up, FE Nation? It drops into the atmosphere. That's right, Jana. You keep those books. They could be, apparently, they're going to be very valuable one day. Yeah. So that's a thing. Hello, Sufinelli. Andrew Wilson just keeps getting embarrassed. Oh my god, I was watching a video, a Jimmy Dore video. I know Jimmy Dore is kind of a leftist, but he's I like his way of thinking. He's like old school, you know. He's very logical. I actually agree with a lot of the stuff that he says, even though I don't like consider myself left or right. Maybe he doesn't consider himself left or right. Maybe he does, I don't know. But he did this video about Andrew Wilson. I guess they've been streaming like from Charlie Kirk's account. Speaking of Kirk's murder, they've been streaming from his account, his ex account, like with Andrew Wilson, who got completely obliterated by Candace Owens in their little, their debate, whatever their debate did, whether it was like, something they did for cash or whatever, who knows. But the overall consensus is that he was absolutely just obliterated. So why they would bring him on a streaming from Charlie Kirk's official X account, so that he can just spew his bullshit nonsense, like I swear to God, you could just play a video of Andrew Wilson and just overdub the video and the video, all it would say is bullshit, 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 bullshit. No matter how his lips are moving, it's just bullshit coming out. Um, why they would stream that from his account? I mean, they're just nosediving everything that organization ever was. It's just not working out well for them. Jimmy Dore's come around. If everything in our solar system goes to sleep, then would the sun go to sleep? And how would you know if it was sleeping? If it were awake, would we see more than 0.00005% of visible light? Huh? I don't understand what you mean everything in the solar system goes to sleep. You mean it goes to the other, out of your view? To the opposite side of the plane from you? You mean? D's are left and right. I mean, not that I was even like big into this organization. I didn't even really pay attention to it at all, truth be told, before Charlie got killed. I was not paying attention to what he was doing because I had only seen like earlier video of him where he was very, he had just very pro-Israel rhetoric, and I was just like, yeah, fuck that guy. But um then after he was shot and people started sharing all these clips, it was like, oh well, he actually he was serving a good purpose because like one thing he says, we need to keep asking questions because the only thing that keeps us free. Like absolutely, that is true. And he wanted the Epstein files out, which still have not. They still have only they really only released like half of the Epstein files. There's like a whole chunk of Epstein files that are not have not been released. Nobody's been convicted. None of these perpetrators who there are people who are implicated in crimes in the files that are released. Nobody is being investigated. Nobody's being questioned. Nobody's going down. Like what? What? And then you wonder why people are so brazen. Like you see, you'll see every once in a while I'll hear about like somebody following you around in a store. Like my mom was telling me that in like the Target over by where she lives, it was on the news that some mom called the police because there was like two dudes following her and her daughter around the store. Like, like they were like planning to, following around, like stalking, like they might be up to something, like they were going to try to do something. And it's like, well, of course these sick people have become so brazen and so brave because basically the government has broadcast that they don't prosecute people who victimize women or children. They just basically broadcasted that they don't care. It doesn't matter. The president is implicated by more than one female who's alive and can say it. That there's a girl that says she was 13 years old and Trump forced her to give her a hand job the first time he saw her. I mean, why isn't anything being done about this crap? Why not? How do we hold these people accountable? Charlie was talking about the Jews a lot, yeah. 77, sunny and breezy. Yeah, it looked like very nice outside when I was out earlier walking the doggos. If everything is frequency and frequencies are oscillations of rising and falling, then what's a frequency that does not rise or fall? Everything rises and falls, nothing falls then rises. There's an Epstein victim in New York that's currently suing people involved. She said they used a flower to make her unconscious. Huh. Well, seriously, I would like if they could just start one. If one of these cases could start being prosecuted and it go viral, then it might be like snowball effect where okay, now a bunch of other attorneys will come out and start taking these cases and start holding these people accountable. You know? If I was like a billionaire, if I had a whole bunch of FU money, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like hiring attorneys to go prosecute these people. How do we like get these MFers and put them in jail and hold them accountable and let them know that they're not above the law and you're not allowed to victimize innocent people and then gain all kinds of power and then be like not held accountable, not be responsible for your actions, do all this crazy, evil, horrific stuff with impunity. No, 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 no. We need to take these people down. They're above the system. Yeah, at this point, I think I condone violence against some of these people. Nightshade flower. What's up, Boston Ray? The Mask of Philadelphia Man after people on the run. I don't know why this is. I didn't search Ursula. The fuck? So what's the latest on Iran? Are we still in Iran? Iranian stage executions of Trump and Netanyahu. Oh, really? Death, so they're shouting death to United States and death to Israel. And they got a Netanyahu dummy and a Trump dummy, and they're hanging them like they're on the gallows. Very interesting. Iran discovers gas reserves of over 7.5 trillion cubic feet, potentially worth billions of dollars. What? Is this true? Report: Iran has been invited to join the Mecca Agreement for Mutual Defense and new security alliance established by Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan earlier this month. Is this like the Abraham Accords type of thing, or what? Oh wow, the number of wounded or killed troops is 774. Iran is baiting Trump to boots on the ground with this. Oh, so here's another source breaking. Iran announces the discovery of major gas reserves worth over 165 billion, containing more than 7.5 trillion cubic feet of sweet natural gas, the highest quality type, with close to zero impurities, plus significant gas condensates, Iran's oil minister told IRIB. The field, located in southern Fars province, has recoverable gas of approximately 5.7 trillion cubic feet, equivalent of 15 years of production from one phase of the South Pars gas field, the world's largest, shared with Qatar. Iran will now accelerate planning and operations immediately to bring the field on stream as quickly as possible. Hmm. I mean, it would be stupid if they sent a ground invasion to Iran. I mean, we know that it's like surrounded by mountains. There's just no way you could do a ground invasion in Iran. This isn't like a flat desert. Economic warfare starts tomorrow? What do you mean, economic warfare? I will be attending the Flat Earth Farm's big, giant, colossal medicine gathering. America gives Israel like 23 billion a year for wars. Yeah. It's not 33 billion. No one accused him of colluding with Israel. Yeah, no shit, because Israel's the ally. They don't ever ask questions about Israel. Mecca Accord could give USA an off-ramp. What? Iranian state TV broadcast video targeting Barron Trump with $10 million bounty? Whoa, dude. Now, I think this is a little bit messed up. Barron is young. At least let him show what kind of person he is before you start putting bounties on him. Iranian state television has broadcast a video purporting to track the movements of Barron Trump, Donald Trump's 20-year-old son, and claiming a $10 million bounty has been placed on him. The footage released by IRGC-affiliated media and broadcast on Channel 3 of Iranian state television is titled, "Where and How Should We Kill Barron Trump?" It claims to show the location of his university, his escort vehicles, and the positioning of his Secret Service detail, alleging his movements have been fully monitored. Wow. That's messed up, dude. The claim about the bounty could not be independently verified at the time of publication. The video further alleges that a girl had found a way past the Secret Service protection, sat with Barron Trump in a private meeting, and passed information to the program's makers. It claims Barron Trump communicates privately via voice and text on Xbox away from his security detail. Euronews could not independently verify any of these claims. The broadcast follows a similar video released by the IRGC-affiliated Tasnim news agency in July titled, "Where and How is Melania Trump Accessible?" which detailed her movements in New York, alleged vulnerabilities by her security. In late May, the New York Post reported an alleged plot targeting Ivanka Trump. Huh. Trump says any country doing trade with Iran will be sanctioned by the U.S., including China, Russia, Oman, Qatar, etc. Oh, really? Hey, Ginger. Just my opinion, the sun is waking up, and for the whole world it will be like spring instead of winter we have been in for the past 12,000 years. Well, I don't know. Written history doesn't go back that far, so how would I know? Antichrist confirmed. They didn't care about Iran's sons, leaders, etc., so everyone is fair game in love and war. Yeah. That's true. That's true, NDB. That is true. The UK, Italy, Germany, Netherlands, and others signed a joint statement condemning Israel's expansion into the greater Israel area. Seems like Axis allied countries are picking sides for World War III. Right? Billingtano? I mean, everything is... I mean, obviously because things are so tumultuous right now and everything's so crazy, it's because things are escalating, right? And at some point it has to pop. It has to break. The wave has to reach that crest and break, you know? And unfortunately, World War III might be that crest, which is sad, kind of scary to think about. I've got children that are about to become adults. My poor daughter graduates in the agenda of 2030. Iran says it's in a full-scale war now. Iran state media has also broadcast direct threats against the president himself. In July, a billboard in Tehran's Islamic Revolution Square showed Trump apparently dead in a coffin with the words, "We will kill Trump," written in English. A separate video release earlier purported to map the route of Trump's motorcade between airports and his homes in Florida and New York. The U.S. Secret Service confirmed it was reviewing the footage. In January 2020, a U.S. drone strike killed IRGC's Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani at Baghdad International Airport, an operation Trump authorized during his first term. Iranian officials vowed retaliation for Soleimani's killing at the time and have renewed those pledges repeatedly since. The second and more recent trigger is the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the U.S.-Israeli strikes of 28th of February, the opening salvo of the ongoing war. Oh, whoa. Iran they love that AI, boy. You making all kinds of use out of AI. Some Iranian state-run media figures have framed personal threats against Trump explicitly through the Islamic legal concept of qisas, or retributive justice, arguing that the killing of the Islamic Republic's leader creates an obligation to kill the person deemed responsible. Well, back in old days, that's how it went. Even, in the Bible, it said that, like, if you were guilty of killing somebody, that you had to go hide out in a city for as long as it took for the people who are pissed at you to stop trying to kill you in revenge. Basically, it's like, well, you killed somebody. Well, you better get the fuck out of here. They're gonna come get you and take their revenge on you. You better go. Sent you a link to BBC on the joint statement. Been trying to evade Iran for years, claiming they have uranium. Yeah. Awful intelligence. Yep. We'll do whatever is in our power, and there is no international legal barrier to stop us. If we do not carry out Kisos on Trump, if we do not punish our leader's killer, the current leader, and the leaders of Islamic Republic, will always have to live in hiding. Trump has warned that any attempt to kill him would trigger a severe U.S. response. He said that in case of an attempt on his life, the whole country of Iran will blow up. Also, he's basically threatening to nuke them if they try to kill him. And that he had issued orders because Trump's life is more important than an entire country's life, right? The fuck out of here. Yeah, ensuring the U.S. would wipe the Islamic Republic off the face of the earth if the threats were carried out. He's such a douchebag. Just such a douche. Ugh. Would anyone really mind if they took out Ivanka? Not if as long as her husband's with her, no. A good friend once told me a long time ago and he said, back to the Garden of Eden, but this time with robots and AI in charge. I thought he was nuts at the time, and now I see what he meant. Later, Ginger. Sup, Lowry. Iran's currency has dropped to a record low against the dollar as the U.S. is expected to reveal details of the administration's sanction plans later today. Oh, Jimmy Dore, here we go. The U.S. government and YouTube are working together to suppress information about the Iran war. Even Grok knows this now. When corporations merge with government to screw citizens, that's called fascism. My YouTube channel has seen a two-thirds reduction in views since the start of the Iran war. This is across the independent news spectrum. Google and YouTube suppressed independent news channels starting around May of 26 because the information environment became too unpredictable and too hard to manage during a live, expanding conflict involving the US, Iran, and European targets. Independent channels were delivering unfiltered, high engagement analysis that undercut the preferred narrative framing coming out of Washington, intelligence circles, and major media partners. Iran is completely collapsing. Whatever. Now they're saying they just tell you any old bullshit. You don't understand that there's no end to this until the economy is destroyed, right? If you do, you are in the minority and have taken steps to protect yourself, your family, and your community. If not, I wish you the very best of luck. There are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force and effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. All water mines have been removed and detonated. What? Marine traffic. Let's check the marine traffic. Oh boy. Oh boy. Doesn't look very open to me. There's not a lot going on right here. There's a bunch of ships over here, and there's a bunch of ships over here, but it doesn't look like very much is going on. Some cargo vessels here, tugs and special craft. Hmm. There was a recent interview with Donald Trump, and in the interview, I couldn't help notice that he kept repeating the word burn a lot, and thought, why he keeps saying burn, burn, burn. Then a few days later, what? Everything starts burning? All these mothers killing children, another yeah, exactly. It is a psychological operation. Dude, women are like the number one target of all those that kind of stuff, that social engineering shit, because women literally are supposed to be the glue that keeps the family together. They take care of all of the operations at home operations, right? Like taking care of the family, taking care of the children, raising children, feeding the family, making sure the family has a clean home, like all that stuff. Like if you convince women that that's a bullshit job and they should go get a career and not take care of a family, the family can't survive. Like it hobbles along, but it doesn't thrive. You need those gender roles exist for a reason, and we were all like programmed to like you don't have to know your role. You could do whatever you want to do, and just work your hardest. And then it's all such bullshit, and even I remember growing up, like women saying, I have to work twice as hard to get half the recognition as a man. Yeah, because These are masculine roles you're trying to fulfill, and men don't want to deal with women who should be in a masculine role. In general, it's just not natural. It's not the natural order of things. She was on the girl side, but then the case is so fucked that guys out there who have dealt with all this stuff are highly charged for the husband side. I'm trying to stay out of it. What? The Lindsay case has enveloped Nico. She was on the girl side, but the case is so fucked that guys out here who have dealt with this stuff are highly charged for the husband side. I'm trying to stay out of it. I don't need that smoke in this household. It's dividing the sexes. Witsit just did a video about it. She should watch it. That would trigger her. They're moving past abortion and straight to child sacrifice post-birth. She listened to the whole feed from start to current. Oof. I've seen people commenting on X where they're saying that like the list of drugs that she's on isn't actually that bad. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I know those psych drugs are dude, I wouldn't want to touch any of them with a 10-foot pole. Like, not even a little bit. But wow. It's a nasty psyop if that's what it is. Yeah. If it's causing that much division, it's definitely a psyop. Definitely a psyop. But especially a case like this. Like, I remember, God, a couple decades ago, there was a case of a woman, she drowned her kids. Remember that woman? Her name started with a Y, and she drowned her babies. Yates. This one. Do you remember this one? Andrea Yates. Andrea Pia Yates, American woman from Houston, Texas, who confessed to drowning her 5 children in their bathtub on June 20th, 2001. The case of Yates, who had exhibited severe postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and schizophrenia in the years leading up to the murders, placed the M'Naughton rules along with the irresistible impulse test for sanity under close public scrutiny in the United States. At Yates' 2002 trial, Chuck Rosenthal, the district attorney for Harris County, asked for the death penalty. Yates was convicted of capital murder, but the jury refused the death penalty option. She was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The verdict was overturned on appeal in light of false testimony by prosecution witnesses. Forensic psychiatrist Park Dietz. Really? Really? A false testimony by a prosecution witness, forensic psychiatrist. Interesting. On July 26, 2006, the Texas jury in her retrial found that Yates was not guilty by reason of insanity. She was consequently committed by the court to the high-security North Texas State Hospital in Vernon, where she received medical treatment and was a roommate of Dina Schlosser, another woman who committed infanticide by killing her infant daughter. In January 2007, Yates was moved to Kerrville State Hospital, a low-security state mental hospital in Kerrville, Texas. Not guilty by reason of insanity in a 2006 retrial. I didn't remember the outcome of this case. It's interesting to go back and look. So, this also has to do with her being on drugs, antidepressants, and homicidal ideation. What? Hmm. I can hear my cat making noises. Andrea something drowned 5 children. Yeah. My wife poisoned our kids and me for a couple months trying to kill us. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, Tommy. You've said that before. That's so scary. There was some lady sent her kids down the boat ramp. Yeah, that was here in South Carolina. And that woman actually, her name was Susan something. She had 2 boys. She put them in a car and let it go into the river, and they fucking horrible people, dude. Yeah, she got convicted because she lied and was like, she made up a whole story, right? It's different. Her case was different because she made up a whole story that the car got carjacked by a black dude. Like, she tried to say some black dude stole her car and killed her children, and like went on national TV and was like begging, please, I miss my babies, bring them back, right? For like a week before it was revealed that she's the one who actually killed them. So that bitch got sent up the river for murder. She came up for parole last year. I was watching her parole hearing, and the whole family, like the dad of the boys that got murdered, and the whole family, like there was well over a dozen people there who were like, do not let this selfish, crazy, insane bitch out. And they didn't. She didn't get parole. I mean, yeah, it was kind of funny to watch, but so she never went to jail, Tommy? Cammy says to me, anyone that can willingly take a life, not in self-defense, is insane, and that's the hallmark of a criminal. Yep. Current psychopath confessed to the murders, but isn't trying an insanity plea, so women are blaming the father for it, though, which is fucking retarded. What? That is crazy. But is trying an insanity. Yeah. I do question these antidepressant drugs. Yeah. No amount of insanity could make me kill anyone. I know. Those stupid commercials say to notify your doctor if you're having thoughts of harming yourself or others while taking this drug. And when you do, the doctor just shrugs and says, we should keep an eye on that. What's up, Dennis? So, hi, kitty. Oh, hello. Look who came to say hi. Hi, baby kitty. You let everybody hear your purr? Yeah. Oh, that's a cute baby kitty. You flatline your emotions, dude. It's crazy. Also, without providing any details, Witsit had to deal with something similar, though not as extreme. So he's covering this topic full court press. Oh, hmm. Does he talk about it on his stream? I'll have to go watch. Ted, my baby kitty. I'll have to watch his stream later. Hmm. At the time of the murders, the Yates family was living in the Houston suburb of Clear Lake City. Yates continued under Dr. Saeed's care until June 20th of 2001. Rusty left for work, leaving her alone to watch the children against Dr. Saeed's instructions to supervise her around the clock. Oh, Rusty's mother, Dora Yates, had been scheduled to arrive an hour later to take over for Andrea. In the space of that hour, Andrea drowned all 5 children. Wow. Yates started with Paul, Luke, and John and then laid them in her bed. She then drowned Mary, whom she left floating in the tub. Noah came in and asked what was wrong with Mary. He then ran, but Yates soon caught and drowned him. She left him floating in the tub and laid Mary in John's arms on the bed. She then called the police, repeatedly saying she needed an officer but refusing to say why. She then called Rusty and told him to come home right away. That's wild. How do you get... Yates confessed to drowning her children. Prior to her second trial, she told Michael Wilner that she waited for Rusty to leave for work that morning before filling the bathtub because she knew he would have prevented her from harming them. Doesn't that make it, like, that's beyond being insane, right? Like, what are you doing? Are you serious? After the murders, police found the family dog locked up. Rusty advised Wilner that it had normally been allowed to run free and was so when he had left the house, leading the psychiatrist to allege that she locked it in a cage to prevent it from interfering with her killing the children one by one. Wow. Prior to her trial, Yates rejected an offer to plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, although the defense's expert testimony agreed that Yates was psychotic. Texas law requires that in order to successfully assert the insanity defense, the defendant must prove that they could not discern right from wrong, in the sense of legal right from wrong, not moral right from wrong, at the time of the crime. In March 2002, a jury rejected the insanity defense and found Yates guilty. Although the prosecution had sought the death penalty, the jury refused that option. The trial court sentenced Yates to life imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. See, here's what's weird is this person, a Texas Court of Appeals reversed the convictions because California psychiatrist and prosecution witnessed Dr. Park Dietz admitted he had given materially false testimony during trial. What? Had stated that shortly before the murders, an episode of Law and Order had aired featuring a woman who drowned her children and was acquitted of murder by reason of insanity. The author, Suzanne O'Malley, who was covering the trial for the Oprah magazine, previously been a writer for Law and Order, and immediately reported that no such episode existed. The appellate court held unanimously that the jury might have been influenced by Dietz' false testimony, and therefore a new trial would be necessary. What? A forensic psychiatrist who has consulted or testified in many high profile U.S. criminal cases, including those of spousal killer Betty Broderick, mass murderer Jared Lee Loughner, and serial killers Joe Rifkin, Arthur Shawcross, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Kaczynski, Richard Kuklinski, and the DC sniper attacks. So, if you're so familiar in testifying and all these things, why would you I don't understand why you would make that sort of basically make it so she could get away with murdering her children. Oh, look at this. Brooklyn mom who drowned 3 kids on Coney Island beach sentenced to 20 years to life. This is May of 2026. A Brooklyn woman was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison Wednesday for drowning her 3 young children in the ocean near Coney Island's famed boardwalk. Erin Murdy, 34, pleaded guilty earlier this year to first-degree murder charges in the 2022 killing of her 7-year-old son Zachary, her 4-year-old daughter Liliana, and her 3-month-old son Oliver. No sentence can fully measure the loss of a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 3-month-old baby, or the griefs their loved ones carry forever. The frantic search for the 3 children began in the early hours of September 12, 2022, after New York City police received a call from Murdy's relatives concerned that she intended to harm her kids. Officers first found the mother barefoot and soaking wet 2 miles down the boardwalk from the section of Coney Island where she lived. She repeatedly said the children were gone and that she was sorry. Hours later, the bodies of the children were recovered from the shoreline of the Atlantic Ocean, steps from the boardwalk, and about a dozen blocks from the stadium where the Brooklyn Cyclones minor league baseball plays. The city medical's examiner's office ruled the deaths homicides by drowning. The evidence against Murdy included videos showing her walk toward the ocean with the children just before 1 a.m. At the time, relatives said she may have been going through postpartum depression. Hmm. Well, so here's what I want to know. Erin Murdy. Okay, so what's happening to her? Is she letting it go? Are they going to let her off too, or is a bunch of these women going to come and like be champions of this woman now? Oh no, because she was already sentenced. So she got sentenced 20 years to life. So she didn't get off because she was on having postpartum depression. So what the hell? I mean, it's funny that these high profile cases, like when they're high profile like this, they seem to be let off. But if you're just nobody and nobody pays attention, then you go to jail for a long time for killing your babies. Doesn't matter if you're having postpartum depression. This is how you know it's psyopy shit, right? Because then how do you hold any mom with postpartum depression accountable when she kills her baby. Like I remember hearing about people like a mom who like the baby wouldn't stop crying. She went and put it in the garage and ran over it with her car like 30 times. Like, you know, so how come any of these women go to jail then? Right? 11:11. Oh, I missed 11:11. She waited until they left to run water. She understood right from wrong. Exactly. How did but that was a very publicized case, and then she ends up getting no guilty by reason of insanity because some high profile psychiatrist gives faulty testimony. What is that shit? Just helped a young man open his locked car. Nice, good for you. Hello from Germany. Hey, what's up, Germany? 31 days and I'll be back. Woohoo! My dad had a psychotic break. He was normal one day, and next was an 82-year-old. It was a crazy experience for us to go through. The drugs that the doctors give are really a problem. Oh, wow. Only baptizing her children. There was a national coverage of that trial. Well, I mean, this is 2001. Did they really do that? That I don't know if that was really so much a thing as it is now. Like back then, they didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. Like they had to have the artist sketches, right? Now they're live streaming that shit, which is crazy. But before they wouldn't. They would just. You remember, you would see the little drawings of a court artist. Arrived at 11:11. Welcome, Matrix is real. Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent, the only one who's the real deal. Hello, Edwin. When Lindsay sent her husband to the store first, right? They know what they're doing. They know to wait until the husband isn't there to stop them. That to me is like, you know something's wrong, right? You know to wait till the man who can stop you's gone. So, like, it's crazy. Arrived at the airport, off to Libby, Montana, then Alaska. Oh, nice, Closet Steve. That sounds like a nice trip. OJ trial was pretty big in the 90s. Yeah, that was probably the one first real high, I don't know, that I can remember trial with big coverage like that. Here in Sweden, we had a sword school attack. But I think it's interesting that here's a basically almost the exact same case as Yates, and this woman gets 20 years to life. Like that's insane to me. Don't claw my chair, kitty cat. Don't claw my chair. Baby kitty. Baby kitty. Beep beep. Kevorkian trial. Yeah. But now, doesn't it seem like it's way more of a thing now? Like, it was definitely not as much of a thing. Sarah Boone trial? What was it? I don't remember what the Sarah Boone trial was. What was Sarah Boone? A 42-year-old American man suffocated to death in Winter Park, Florida after being zipped into a suitcase on February 23rd, 2020 by his girlfriend, then 42-year-old Sarah Boone. Boone was arrested for second-degree murder after police discovered videos on her phone of her interacting with Torres while he was in the suitcase. She was convicted on October 25th, 2024, subsequently sentenced to life in prison. Oh my God. Suitcase murder trial? That's a crazy way to die. She struck him with a baseball bat. That's crazy. Second degree murder. Ah. Guns are looking good, Ted. Yeah, Ted's been working out again. Yeah. Social media's made it much worse. Yeah. She tried to represent herself. The Samsonite Strangler. Oh, jeez. January 7th, 2026. Where's Andrea Yates now? 25 years after she drowned her 5 children. How old were the children when she drowned them? Like, how old was the youngest one? 6-month-old infant? Been almost 25 years since Andrea Yates drowned her 5 children in a bathtub at her family's home in Houston, at a Houston suburb. Texas mom had a long history of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and was taken off a powerful antipsychotic weeks before the killings. After she drowned Noah, 7, John, 5, Paul, 3, Luke, 2, and Mary, a 6-month-old infant, she positioned their bodies in a bed like they were asleep and told police she had killed her children. Initially, Andrea was found guilty of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 40 years, but her lawyer, George Parnham, successfully appealed the 2002 verdict, and she was found not guilty by a reason of insanity at her retrial 4 years later. She, in her psychotic state, believed she was saving their lives, saving their souls. Right. Andrea has resided in a mental health facility in Texas since 2007, though she has an annual review that could allow her release. She waives her right to it, opting to continue treatment instead. Her case has become a media sensation overnight as the tragedy sparked widespread debate about postpartum mental illness and questions about what and who may have influenced her. More than 2 decades later, many of those questions remain unsolved, and 2026 Investigation Discovery docuseries revisited the case in search of answers. The cult behind the killer. HBO Max explored the theory that the mother of five had been manipulated by the religious teachings of an alleged local cult leader named Michael Warrenicki. Warrenicki? Previously hospitalized and had attempted suicide. Witnesses also claimed that they saw the mom of five walking in circles while at home. Longtime friend Marlene Wark told people that Andrea was very happy, very strong after the birth of her first child, Noah. However, her husband, Rusty Yates, later said she suffered from severe depression after welcoming her fourth, Luke. She attempted suicide in 1999, months after he was born, and was later prescribed antidepressants and an antipsychotic medication called Haldol. According to her lawyer, her mental illness worsened after she came off the drug. In 2000, oh, so it goes on. Oh, wait, no, 2005. That's her conviction was reversed. So a capital murder conviction reversed. One of the prosecution's key witnesses admitted that he had made an error on the stand. California psychiatrist Dr. Park Dietz originally testified about a Law and Order episode that bore similarities to Andrea's case. The prosecution claimed that she frequently watched the show and could have copied the idea to kill her children. However, Dietz later learned that the episode of NBC crime drama in question never existed. So why would you talk about something that never existed? I don't understand this. Shocked at the possibility of having made a factual error, even one unrelated to Miss Yates, he said in a 2005 statement, I immediately researched the issue with help from the writers and producers of Law and Order, and within hours determined that my recollection was probably incorrect. Oof. And then she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. She zipped up the suitcase while he was in it and they were playing hide and seek, and then she went to bed. Her lawyers kept resigning. She was so awful. But was the OJ TV trial real or just a scripted world stage show? How can we verify it? I'm at a stage where I believe that the vast majority of news are just stories feed fear, anger, and frustration. It could be. What's it was saying women who were more promiscuous before having children were more likely to do these heinous acts, and that makes sense to me. They want to go back and not be tied down, so they kill kids. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, look at Casey Anthony. That girl clearly just wanted a party, and she's just free to walk around. That kid's gone. That's another one. That's not even infanticide. That's like a 3-year-old daughter. Just that child was drowned, right? Drowned in the hot tub or some shit. People need to understand that the news can report 100% factual things and still keep the focus of those things being entirely negative. What's up, Singe Man? My wife said getting married and having kids ruined her life, so she needed to kill us. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Chicago artist, hey, what's going on? Like, for me, my children are like they're like the best things in my life. Besides Ted. I remember that, Mello. The jury members of a OJ case just recently came. I don't think it was recently. I think it was a while ago. They came out and said they knew he did it, but they let him go because of his skin color. I remember hearing that. I think that was like, actually, didn't that come out like years ago? Let me see if I can find it. O.J. Simpson's juror's confession after trial perfectly explained not guilty verdict. The jury responsible for O.J. Simpson's trial were eager to get home when they delivered their verdict following 266 days of court visits and staying in a hotel at the entire time. Despite being acquitted of the criminal case, he was found responsible for her death in a civil lawsuit that was ordered to pay $33 million. 33. Are you shocked to see $33 million to the families of Nicole and Ron? This sparked controversy following the blockbuster trial. All her calls were screened. Yolanda Crawford revealed that there was no TV in her room and all her calls were screened. The fact that I might release a person that was guilty, it bothered me, Crub, but the doubt was so plain you couldn't deny it. There was no other verdict we could deliver. We had to go home. That's all I gotta say. We've been gone for a year and we've got to go home. They were just like, who fucking cares? I want to go home. Let's see, what's this one? Intense therapy after a murder trial. Ah! Lionel Cryer speaks exclusively why he didn't think OJ was guilty and what he thinks of this parole. What? I feel like I heard this before. I've got to be... Why am I not finding it? Here's Reddit. Let's see. O.J. Simpson juror admits not guilty verdict was payback for Rodney King. That's what I heard before.
So astonished.
Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder upon Ronald Lyle Goldman.
One of the young guys, either one of the Goldman families or the Brown family, he said, "Murderer, murderer."
I was focused on Kim Goldman.
Convicted of at least one crime of murder of the first degree and one or more crimes of murder of the first or second degree to be not true.
It hurt me to know that I had to hurt somebody else like that. And I didn't want to.
My mom and dad, just stoic. I'm the more emotional one.
There was this deputy there, and I was like, can I leave? And she goes, you can't leave.
The other piece of this was that kind of, moment of triumph of Simpson.
God. Where the juror says?
Because of Rodney King.
Yes.
Here we
Do
go.
you think that they're members of the jury that voted to acquit OJ because of Rodney King?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
How many of you felt that way?
Oh, probably 90% of us.
90%? Did you feel that way?
Yes.
That was payback.
Uh-huh.
You think that's right?
That's fucking crazy. Don't know, don't care. That's crazy. Guy just about the DNA supposedly said that it wasn't a match. I don't remember the details. I was in high school and I was like hanging out with my friends and doing stupid teenager shit, and I really wasn't paying that much attention to the details of O.J. Simpson. The book, If I Did It, right? I didn't kill my wife, but if I did, this is how I would do it. Like, are you kidding me? Who writes a fucking book like that? OJ case, all I remember is if the glove don't fit, we must acquit. Yeah, right? They made their catchy little catchphrase. Yep, that total psyop shit, right? Interesting how people are quick to go up in arms over somebody guilty walking free, but not nearly as much response over the admitted estimate 5% innocent serving time. True. That's why there were no blacks on Carmelo Anthony's jury, because they all said they couldn't convict based on his skin color, which makes them biased. Yeah. Carmelo, Nolan, Lindsay. Yeah, I know, dude. That estimate might be skewed low. Duper's Delight. Yeah. And then he was like, he ended up getting arrested and going to jail for some fraud or something involving like memorabilia, like he was selling his football memorabilia or something. Just what a slime ball. But yeah, that's crazy. Like, I mean, obviously OJ's dead now, so it doesn't matter, but you'd think that right there would cause like a retrial. Wouldn't that be insane? A retrial of OJ Simpson if he was still alive and that came out? I don't know when that was filmed, or if or maybe OJ was already in jail for something else at the time. I don't know the timeline of that, but that's interesting, isn't it? Anyway, it's interesting. Right? He stole memorabilia from some guy selling it in Vegas. Yeah, that's right. It was something like that. 33 Million's Illuminati confirmed, but there are clues in all movies he acted in, a world stage character. I was a bartender, and when the came on duty when the Bronco chase was on all the channels, when I got off it was still on, right? The The slow chase, the low speed chase with him in the white Bronco. Yeah, Cammy, I know that's got to be terrible. I know that there's people that are like that, or even people being locked away for something that's not even a big deal anymore, like smoking weed. I do have my phone lines open if anybody wants to call in 704-666-1776. And then look, kangaroo court. Like watching this kangaroo court exchange is brutal because the psychiatrist clearly understands the distinction the lawyer keeps trying to erase. The DSM-5-TR does not recognize postpartum psychosis as a standalone diagnosis. There is no formal DSM diagnosis by that name. It is a clinical term describing a presentation that still requires a psychiatrist to determine the underlying psychiatric diagnosis. So when the lawyer repeatedly demands that he answer within the phrase postpartum psychosis, the psychiatrist is doing exactly what you would expect from a careful forensic expert, refusing to adopt terminology that could misrepresent his actual diagnostic opinion. Then that precision gets portrayed as though he cannot answer a basic question. He can answer it. He is answering it. He simply will not allow the lawyer to put a diagnostic conclusion in his mouth that the DSM itself does not contain. The psychiatrist is being precise, and the distinction he is making is clinically significant. Repeating the same question does not make the lawyer's framing medically accurate. The judge is dog shit, the lawyer is just as bad, and the two of them seem to be tag teaming the psychiatrist. At this point, I'm genuinely considering that Dr. Mack might not be playing along with the narrative they're trying to force through. He might not be in on it. Huh. They must be on break. They always look at the seal when they're on break. I thought this was AI, but it's real. Democrats are domestic terrorists. Now, I've seen people living under the freeway passes in Los Angeles before, but I have never seen them live up high on the pillars before. Dude has his laundry drying on a line. How can this be allowed? How can this be allowed to legally live up there? This is insane. Dude's got like a TV. Look at the ladder up there. Holy crap.
Are you seeing this? This is crazy.
Look at there on all three of these pillars. There's people living.
This?
That's wild. Look at back here too. Hmm. Hey, Jeff Russ, good to see you. Show up to the Q&A for the big reveal. Well, prison is a for-profit industry. Yeah, and it is slave labor. That's not a secret. So yeah, any chance the state has to kidnap you and force you to do slave labor, they're gonna do it. And not only that, but they also charge you money too. They make you pay. Like you get fines. Like if you get convicted of a crime, you have to pay fines. Predisposed to being in jail? Who's predisposed to being in jail? Hmm. What are these people doing in the manholes of New York City? That's interesting. I have seen these videos going around too. This video is the only one they're showing, but I've seen other ones too. What's going on in the manholes of New York City? What's the one place lacking surveillance infrastructure in most cities? The underground. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. What's going on down there? No, not the same tunnels under the synagogue. These are like the actual, like, that looks like those are manholes. So that's part of the underground sewer system of New York. They're like coming out of the sewers. Right? Manholes are attached to sewers typically, yeah? Like Batman's Bane character. I'm gonna go ahead and retweet that. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. The weird stuff about the husband. Uh, yeah, weird stuff about the Lindsay Clancy case. Let me see if I can find it. Holly was tweeting about it. Should have bookmarked it, but I didn't really think I'd be. I didn't realize I'd be talking about it this much. So here we go. TikTok has finally raised over $1 million for the Lindsay Clancy family, right? Because there's a GoFundMe and it's raised $1 million. See what it's up to now. $1,035,000. And it's going up to 2 million. So allegedly this is for her parents. Okay, kind of wild that one of the biggest donors is a professional narrative strategist whose resume literally includes Vice, Now This, and Vogue. Danielle Benison Brown's own bio describes her as an expert in creating culturally relevant and widely seen content, executing brand transformations through content, and building goal-driven strategies across complex commercial, editorial environments. All of the random people who could turn up Of all the random people who could turn up among the largest donors, you get someone whose actual profession is shaping narratives, growing audiences, and influencing how stories are packaged for mass consumption. Where is that post? Maybe I have to go to Morgan's page and see. Because she's the one who was talking about this. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Lindsay Clancy's psychologist, Paul Ziesel, pictured in Afghanistan with Oliver North. One of North's tactics that emerged during his scandal was his use of fake Irish passport to enter Iran. The name he used was John Clancy, no doubt an homage to his mother's name, Anne Teresa Clancy. I don't know if there's any relation to the woman's name, well, I guess it would be the husband's name, Clancy. This one says postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness that typically starts within the first few weeks after giving birth, but it can begin within hours of delivery. It can less frequently emerge at any point up to 6 weeks after the birth. After birth, the condition is extremely rare but very serious. There's an increased risk in women with a family history of bipolar disorder. Less than 1% of postpartum psychosis cases occur months to a year after birth, and the psychosis is usually attributed to other causes such as an undiagnosed bipolar or other mental health issues such as schizophrenia. Lindsay was 8 months post-birth when she violently murdered her children. I, I have to be. I'm very grateful that I never had to deal with this postpartum depression shit. Tell you what. Her husband was really there for her. Anything she needed was there for her. They don't tell them that. Anyway, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. This whole thing is crazy. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Queen B, what's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
Yay! Hey, what's up, Dr. Law? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm all right.
Good. Listening to your show. Well, lurking in your shows, but I'm always lurking.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, yeah, just listening to the topic that is interesting about all these women killing their kids and things like that, and I listen to Witsit and, and talking about women and men. Yeah, to me, I think that's all. I don't believe any of that stuff, I think the root cause is what we have grown up through, the news, and it's a fear-based psyop hitting us every day that we all hear or see, on a daily basis,
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would really mess up the mind, right? Long term.
Oh, well, yeah, we're always being subjected to trauma-based mind control things, so yeah, it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wouldn't ride too much on that. I just would rather understand, what is going on instead of just saying things, because it could be said about men and women both equally, in my opinion,
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
There's
So,
bad
but,
actors on both sides.
yes, and it does not fall far from the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I want to throw something across you, see what you think. I have some, ideas. Maybe it's been a minute since we got together. I want to see if anybody wanted to get together. I was just talking to No Despair Bear. I know he's in chat, and Alex Critical Inception. Maybe like to get together. It's been a minute, right? Since almost 2 years now, right? Since we got together.
What do you mean? It's not been 2 years. 2 years?
2024, right? Yeah, since everyone got together from around. Did we do anything? 2025? No, right? You didn't do anything then.
Not like big. Nothing big.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't have to be big. I'm just saying, put it out there so people who want to come, just hang out, and just, just come and hang out, like at, I was thinking maybe do a Hertz Clog, what's that? Park across from the Shriners Club.
Herd clots.
Yeah, Herd Clots. Is that, you have to rent it, right? You have to
yes,
reserve
you have
that?
to. Yeah, you got to go online and reserve it. And you can
how much
either
is that to reserve for them?
You could either do half a day or a whole day, but I remember I used to reserve it for a whole day, and it was over $100. It was $100 and something dollars.
Yeah, I would say about $150, right?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not much at all to do. And we get, people who want to come by, just come and hang out for a day. If I had to be on a Sunday, it'd be good because we get Jenny and, the Boltons over at Lee and Jenny. They're off on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever else. But it would have to be in November because I've got to do that rodeo in October,
Okay.
So, yeah. But yeah, I would like to get together at the kitchen, like what I said to you guys before. Get together at the kitchen and just cook something and hang out and eat there on a Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
But that'd be something to do. But I don't know if anyone is interested in that. Just running something by you, But just let me know. We'll get in touch.
Well, yeah, we could do something.
Also,
I've been thinking about that. I know I said I wanted to do something in the beginning of the summer, but then I had life stuff that got me all distracted.
yeah. Hey, you don't have to tell us anything. We all have our lives, and
Mm-hmm.
those who can't understand, hey, they have no lives, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, life gets in the way. I totally get it, I'm not one of those who said, hey, we got to do this. No. Life gets in the way. But, I'm going to send you something here, but I just want to run off a list. When things happen, I try to, I will call in and remind people of how fragile our lives are,
Mm-hmm.
And, like Sarah, Spicy Sarah, shout out to her. She texted me, messaged me a couple of days ago about someone we lost who was a flat earther. I knew him I met him in 2019. That's Ace McLeod.
Yes.
Yeah, so Ace is gone, but I just wanted, to shout him out. I met him at your first Flattoberfest, so great guy. Bought him a beer over there at the bar. Yeah, really great guy. We talked a little bit. Did he come? He came to the Shriner Club one year, didn't he?
I don't remember. Maybe.
Yeah.
I think he might have. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I don't remember either. It's been so long. It seems like it anyway.
Yeah. Well,
But
to be honest with you, we were not on the best. We were not exactly on speaking terms for quite some time. So
I get it. No explanations needed. I totally understand. I'm gonna send you a picture. I'm gonna send you a picture now of me and Ace. Should I send it? I should just send it to you, right? Yeah. Let me see. 1 second.
where
There you go.
Send it wherever you want to.
I'm messing it. Yeah. I'll send it. Yo, my G, calm down now. Yeah, I just sent it to you. But if people, for those who have not met
this is 2019, isn't it? Is this the very first one?
Yeah, very first one at the firmament.
Yeah.
We met at the firmament. Now he's looking down at us above the firmament. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, hopefully, we all will be, but some will not be. You know what I mean? People like Fauci. Neil lying on the grass, the Tyson. Lying his ass, the Tyson, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but, I just want to shout out a few more people that we've lost. Just from that Flattoberfest 2019, there's 4 people that we lost from there that have pictures with,
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there was my buddy Mark Taylor, not the troll Mark Taylor, but the Mark Taylor from Surfside Beach. I knew him, and we talked until, his wife let me know that he had passed.
Yeah, I remember that. That was sad.
Yeah, his brother came to the Shrine Club one year with Mark. Yeah, he was devastated. Yeah, but that's Mark Taylor. Of course, Bob Nodell and Rob Skiba, who was there at the 2019, along with Ace.
Yes.
That's 4 people just from that one, event that you had.
Yeah. That's trippy to think about. That stuff it trips me out. I don't like thinking about how many people we've lost. It's kind of scary.
Oh no, it's not scary, Karen. Come on, it's not scary. It's a part of what he give us this present today, and he takes it away tomorrow. No big deal. No big deal. Shouldn't be scared of anything, right? But Keith Carabin, he's from the Greenville area. He passed a couple years ago. He came out to Brian's meetup, and I think he came out to your event too. But he's gone. Of course, you know, Jibby Jedi and Doc Michael.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yes.
Remember Alicia? She came to Flattoberfest at the Shrine Club.
Yes.
She passed from cancer.
Yes.
And my good buddy Tom Dixon from Tennessee, he passed from cancer. That's the one that Daryl was helping a lot with the RSO, and sad for him. He left behind a young child.
And then also recently we lost Valley Parks.
Yes, I was going to say Valley Parks. She's with her husband Yogi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to shout her out. I know, you know, I don't keep in touch with a lot of people anymore.
Yeah, her and her husband were at 2020, weren't they? They were at Flattoberfest 2020.
I believe so. Yeah. Yep. Really good people. Very good. She always called me whenever she had problems. And I'm kind of sad that I didn't get a chance to call her back because I've been busy, and, you know, she loves to talk, man. That woman loves to talk, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a quiet person, but yeah, she's really nice. And, you know, shout out to Carl Effie Nation. He took care of her, you know, after her husband's gone, because I introduced him, and she, you know, that's like a mother to him, you know.
Yeah.
Mother figure to him.
Yeah.
In her last days.
Yeah.
But she came out to the 2024 Hurricane Fest that you had, and man, she was a trooper.
Yeah.
So yeah. We also lost, you know, well, remember Zulu? We lost Zulu.
Yeah.
That was one of your good friends.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone. And we lost recently, I don't know if you know, from 24/7 Flat Earth channel. It was Indio.
Really?
Indio's gone, yeah.
Really?
I think he's gone.
When did that happen?
2-3 weeks ago. Alex Critical Inception, you know, we keep in touch, you know, once in a while. He called me and he texted me and told me that. I was like, what? Because I listen to Indio all the time on, you know, the YouTube channel, 24/7 Flat Earth that they have.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. I don't watch anybody anymore. Just, you know, I lurk in your channel and who else? Oh, of course, Nathan Oakley. You should help Nathan sell his book, Karen. That would be great.
Why would I do
Just
that?
put out a new. It is awesome.
Oh God.
I'm telling you, I love Nathan. He's a good guy. I'm telling you. But yeah, you know, but we all have our own, you know, likes and dislikes for sure. But I'm just putting it out there, so don't take it too much out. Don't think too much out of it. Okay.
That's all right. I mean, you know, it's all good.
Yeah, to each their own, you know. But yeah, I was listening to him. But yeah, that's all I pretty much have. And maybe you guys will come out and we'll meet up at the rodeo this year again. Since April was a washout, October might be a good turnout, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the first time he had a washout in like all the years that he's been doing it. This guy Kevin. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also wanted to mention one more person. I don't know if he's still around or not. I've been trying to call him, you know, just to say hello and goodbye. And that's Vinny. You know, Free Flow.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he's still around, alive and kicking. Last I spoke to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, last I spoke to him, he is not doing good at all. So he's just going back and forth to the doctor's office. Yeah. He lives actually like 30 minutes away from me. He just moved up here. You know, he got divorced and, you know, he sold all his stuff and he moved up here with his girlfriend. But he called me just to tell me that, you know, he has, you know, because he drank a lot and his liver's failing him, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. When I was hanging out with him, you know, we try to help him. I try to help him, but you know, addiction is hard to break. You know, we all have addictions, right, Karen?
Yes, we do.
So, yeah. So I mean,
we do.
good or bad. Yeah, good or bad, we all have addictions, you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to, say hello if he's even listening, because I've called him twice, left messages, and he has not returned my call or text me back at all. So I don't know what's happening with him. His phone line's still working, but yeah, he is, he's secluded. He's no longer, talking to those people over there, where he was at. And I'll shout him out because that guy was a good guy, man. He is a good guy. Hopefully he's still around listening to this, but he's a good guy. No matter what, drunk or not, he's a good guy. And he, whenever you needed help, he was always the guy to say, "Yeah, I'm here. I'll help." He was that guy. He helped a lot of, he did everything he could in his power to help people. So that's what drew me to him. But in the end, everyone turned their backs on him, and so he's by himself with his girlfriend. He doesn't do anymore. He doesn't talk to anyone. But he called me, But yeah, it's just so sad, how things turn out. Everyone's, turn out the way I had imagined, unfortunately.
Oh, same here,
But
man.
anyway.
I would have never guessed that things would have turned out the way they did ever. I had a much more positive idea of how things were supposed to turn out.
Yeah, we all did. But I, in the back of my mind, I was like, yeah, this is too good to be true. People are too good. They once something's new, they try to bring out the best that they can show. But that demon will rear its ugly head once they get comfortable. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, We all have that, and I'm just so saddened by all these people that say one thing and do another, and people who lie. The people who lie is the ones I hate the most, and that's what kind of took me away from all this stuff. The people who lie, who never they say, "Oh, you're my brother." Yeah, okay, yeah. Until things happen, yeah, I don't know you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I get a favor from you even though I don't know you? Yeah, right, okay. But anywho, yeah. But the people that in my small circle, getting smaller and smaller, seems like. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't mind. Yeah, I told you many times, Karen. You and I don't see things eye to eye at all. For the most part. But we're all on our own journeys. I listen to you. You listen to me. That's what it's all about. Don't be saying, "Hey, I wish we can all do that," but you know how it is. I'm preaching to the choir.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone in chat, you guys are all good in my book, So just don't lie about me. Don't. I am the person that I portray. I am Dr. La, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I have not changed from day one, or will I change ever? I'm just taking a little step back. But, I would like to see some people, meet up with some people once in a while.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it out to you.
Yeah,
that's why I brought it out to you. Yeah, because you're not doing the thing, the event with Cammie, right? Yeah, shout out to Cammie too,
Yeah, no.
And Shauna.
No.
Yeah. Spicy Sarah, Shauna, and
That's,
the women of South Kakalaki, Flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but everybody, but other people are off doing their own thing locally, so,
Yeah, that's okay. It don't matter. There's other people who are dying to, to meet up, around new people. That's who I want to, see as well. New people who don't know all the drama,
Well, that was what was really great about Flattoberfest is every time we would do, and there'd be a ton of new people, like first-timers there. Remember, Mark would always ask people, how many of you, this is your first time? And there'd always be a bunch of hands.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
it was cool for that reason.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And I love to meet all of those and hear their testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even though they're different people, but they have basically the same testimony as all of us had, So, and he works in the same ways, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, yeah. But think it over next week or two and and get back with me, and if I can help do something, or you can promote it to where we have people to come out, and it's basically just come and enjoy.
Yeah,
we'll have
if
food and
we could
drinks.
do a meetup and we just have to find a place, pick a place. I mean, I don't know if you want to do it at your kitchen or whatever is fine.
Yeah, that'd be fine too.
Where's your
That'll
kitchen
work.
at? What city?
It's in Rock Hill. It's
Oh,
only like
okay.
40 minutes, 30, 35, 40 minutes from you.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
You
It's closer than
you come
Greenville.
by through York. Oh, yeah. You are closer than Greenville. Yeah. Even though Greenville is all I-85, it's interstate,
Mm-hmm.
but you'll be going from your front. Just take a left and go straight, come into York and hang a left, another left, and you're there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not that far. It's like 25 miles, I think.
Yeah, it's not very
25
far.
miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anywho, yeah, that would be good. If you want to do that, we can do it on a Sunday. And Jenny and Lee can make it, and I'll text a few other people, because I got a whole bunch of people I might text from Charlotte area.
Mm-hmm.
If you put it out there, and just let's start from the beginning. Like you see what I'm saying? Just start from the beginning. Just do a meetup, hang out, and see where it goes.
I hear you.
Start fresh. Okay, so
Start fresh.
yeah. Anyone interested in chats? Yeah. Anyone interested in chat? Say just put a thumbs up or contact me or Karen. And let's see what we can do. And I would like to. I like to start fresh. I have a lot of time now. Because when I have time, like yesterday I played 6.5 hours of tennis, and today I'll probably play 5.5. So
It's a lot of tennis.
nah, shoot, I got home at midnight on Sunday morning, until 1:30. Went to sleep at 3:30. Woke up at 6. Played a game from 7:30 to 9:30. Went to eat lunch at 2:30, and then went to hit from 5 to 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
That was my Sunday. And today is 4:30 to 9:30. So
Wow.
yeah, so I'm doing lessons. Helping out my buddies get better so they can beat me finally. Yeah. But I need to get back on track in the gym too. Tell Ted that I'll be trying to work out with him too soon. Okay.
Okay.
Is he trying to lose weight or trying to shred or what?
He's just trying to get his muscle definition back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Not really trying to lose
Perfect.
weight. He's just trying to get that muscle back.
Right. Oh, I have an idea. Karen. Let me shoot this off for you. If we do it at the kitchen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can do. I don't want to hurt Ted. I don't want to hurt him, because I will hurt his ass.
Okay.
I don't care how big you are.
I don't want to
Ted.
hurt him, but I will hurt his ass.
Yeah. Sure enough. I was thinking about doing a food challenge for him, but like I said, my food challenge is not like other people's food challenge. You know what I mean? I will hurt you. And maybe we can do take bets against Ted or for Ted, right? Even live stream that damn thing.
What about how
Whoever
much you can eat?
No, if he can complete it. I told you, I will hurt his ass.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Just like what he did with the Boltons,
Yeah.
But we can live stream, and anyone want to send in, super chats and things like that. The reason why, I say, super chat, sending in, betting against him or for him, because I was just wanting to, take the proceeds and just give it to Jack and his family. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I wanted to do from the beginning, is just get together and raise some money for Jack and his family.
Oh,
But,
okay.
life got in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, life got in the way.
Have you seen though they have a house? They have a house on their property now.
Yes.
They're doing very well.
But they're not going to be able to live in it for another couple months, because nothing's there, no water, no electricity, or whatever.
Yeah, they got to get it all
So-
hooked up and all this stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, and even though it's a mobile home, it's not plant and go. You know what I mean? It's you have to do some work. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, the walls are sheetrock, and on the move when they transported it to the property, I think the sheetrock cracked, so they got to fix that.
Oh,
And
really?
those guys probably take forever because they don't work on sheetrock much. They have to subcontract out. I would say, hey, just get any one can do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Any one can do it. Shit, I'll go there and do it. But I just don't have the time. But I was thinking about something like that, doing a challenge, and we all pitch in $5, and, whatever, $1, whatever, to say yay or nay, against Ted. But I don't want to hurt his weight training. That's the only thing. But if he's up for it, I'll be up for it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Melissa in chat says she votes for Sunday, October 25th.
Dang. Ooh, 25th? I think, I'll be at the kitchen that 24th. Oh. Because the rodeo is the week before.
Yeah. Well, and also like Billingtano and Melissa will be in town then, so.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me plan that. Yeah. Let's do it.
Are we
let's do it.
Are we?
Because I'll be there.
Okay. All right.
And whatever foods I have left over, we put to the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll prep food for us. I'll stay there an extra day and hang out with everybody. So let me make sure, and I will text you if it's a go. In the next day or two. Okay.
Okay.
And because I know I'm cooking. I'll be at the kitchen 3 weeks in October, because we normally cook every other week. I'm cooking 1 week, off another, then every other week, alternating. But that one, the rodeo, falls in between our cooking time, so I will be in the kitchen. If you want to do that, I'll send you the menu, what you guys want to eat, put up a challenge, and we live stream the hell out of it. How about that?
Okay, we can do it.
Okay, so anyway, I got your mind off of all these women, psychotic women killing their babies, right?
Yes. Yes.
Hey, and these guys are worse, so hey, just be cool, everybody. Don't listen to what they say. All the medical diagnoses are made up. They're all made up. They're made up because they gave them substances in the pill or injection form that alter their minds as babies, as newborns. So there you go. You're mentally disabled, physically as well. And then that brings up the social disabilities that you will have along the way. So with all that stacked up against you, and, no one is seeing the true root cause of things, how are we ever going to fix anything, Because fixing something, it takes a village. You know what I mean? It takes a village. Raising kids, too. So think about that, guys. All right? But anyway, much love to everyone in chats, and I'll let you know in the next day or two, okay?
All right. Awesome, Law. Thanks for calling.
Okay, Karen. You're welcome. Love you guys.
All
Later.
right. Love you too. We'll see ya. And Chicago Artist says, I'm coming too if there's room in the car. Sweet. We got a van. Nice. See? Oh, it's going to be a party. We're going to throw a party. Yeah, we'll just do like a cool old school meetup, like how we did it before there were conferences. Is this the same thing? I think you put another article in the chat and I didn't click it. Is this the same one or is this a different one? Sorry, Flat Earthers. Study reveals conspiracy beliefs spark a significant breakdown in relationships. Believing in conspiracy theories can trigger a significant breakdown in romantic relationships, the study suggests. Researchers have found that obsession with conspiracies such as QAnon, Flat Earth, and COVID vaccine misinformation can fundamentally change a person's behavior. This leaves partners struggling with anxiety, stress, insomnia, social isolation, they warned. It can wreak havoc on family life, leaving relationships on the brink of collapse. In the study, Published in the British Journal of Social Psychology, researchers interviewed 17 current and former partners of QAnon conspiracy believers. Well, QAnon is retarded. I mean, you're putting flat Earth with QAnon, where flat Earth is really a thing, and this is a psyop on people to make people who would otherwise be actively against what the government is doing, and put them in and triggered them into non-action. So I don't know why this QAnon shit, and it's the only one that has a link too. You know, I have a link explaining flat Earth or COVID vaccine. Misinformation, like how people admit now that it's like causing cancer. This is just so. I just hate media. I hate it. This is one from July 6th of 2026. QAnon is a far-right conspiracy theory that claims the world is secretly controlled by a deep state cabal of Satan-worshipping child sex offenders. Wait a minute. Is that how you define QAnon? Because that's not how I define QAnon. Is that really what QAnon is to most people? Not in charge of renting a van this time. Oh my God, Cammy, by the way, I was yesterday. I drove by that Enterprise, and they had like 6 big ass passenger vans parked outside, and I was like, what the hell? So I don't know how far in advance you have to rent those things to get one, but I legitimately drove by the same place where I rented the Chrysler van from, and they had all those big passenger vans. So anyway, I don't know what's up with that. Many participants said their partners became consumed by the conspiracy and seemed like a different person. In many cases, partners even said that the spiral into conspiracy thought was the death of the person they once knew. So how many people read this and go, oh, well, maybe that's not really a conspiracy. After the Epstein files, I think that's really what's going on. I thought QAnon was like the conspiracy that Trump was the good guy and he was going to drain the swamp and he was going to arrest the deep state cabal of Satan-worshipping child sex offenders. I thought that is what I thought QAnon was. No? I could be wrong, though, because I was never really into it, to be honest with you. I was never like a big QAnon person. And of course, they have the same bullshit picture of the disc floating in space with ice crystals hanging off the side of the whatever. Those are reserved for people with a commercial account? Oh, possibly. These were like passenger vans, though. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Mark. Hello, God Supremacist. Because I didn't think that it was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought the whole QAnon thing was like based around Trump being the savior. And that's why like so many British people, remember, like for some reason, the British people they fucking loved Trump. And then remember when Santos Bonacci was like, back in 2016, the first time Trump ran for president, but Santos was telling everybody, you better get out and vote for Trump or you're a worthless piece of shit. You don't give a shit about America. You don't give a shit about anything. He's like, if you want to save this world, he was like literally just railing, just cussing people out, going ballistic, telling people they had to vote for Trump. And then like every British person on Facebook was saying all this, that we love Trump. Trump's the savior. Trump's going to do it. Vote for Trump. And I'm just like, what? Why are all you non-Americans so happy about fucking Trump? What kind of propaganda were they being shown to be like so in love with Trump way back then? You guys remember that? Wasn't it the White Hats too? Yeah. Yeah, to distract conspiracy theorists. Right? And then remember when me and Brian were streaming together and we were doing Unveiling This Realm and Roxanne came on the show and she was like, I bet my life that Trump is going to save everything. He's going to make it all better. And I was like, you bet on your life? She was like, yeah, I bet on my life. I'm like, oh my God, please don't say that here. Me and Brian were just like, how'd that work out for you? It's a good thing you didn't literally have to bet your life, Roxanne. That's all I gotta say. It's a good thing you didn't have to literally bet your life. Bless your heart, though. Still going, Dennis, yes. Anyway, let's see what the rest of this crappy article says. Intense belief in conspiracy theories have a well-documented negative effect on the lives of those who engage in it and for the people around them. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, how's it going? It's Dennis. What's happening?
Hey, not much, Dennis. How are you?
Pretty good. How do you say? I'll try to. I don't have much to say, so I think I can keep what I have to say to under 5 minutes, or at least under 10. I'm calling in late because I missed most of the show. I'm in my second year of auto mechanic down here at Delgado in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
So this second year, I had Mondays and Tuesdays off, or like I went to class, so I was kind of hit Coffee Talk. But I'm in the second year of advanced students, and now I'm at work on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I'm sorry, I'm at work on Mondays and Tuesdays, and in school Wednesdays and Thursdays. So, I'm probably going to miss Coffee Talk a lot more over the next year until the end of spring, until like May of next year, 2027, when I graduate, because I'll be working while you're doing the program. So I'm calling in today real quick because I missed most of the program. So sorry about that. I think I got two things I thought of. I just tuned in when you're talking about Trump and stuff, and I thought of one thing. I like to, make funny analogies. One thing that you have in common, and it's a good thing on this particular point, not on everything, but one thing you've got in common with the black community and with the left liberal Democrats on one specific subject, and all three groups, you and the liberal Democrats and the black community in America in general, are all, I'd say, 100% correct on this. Y'all all called Trump for what he is from the beginning. Y'all were all against him, 100%. And y'all can all say to me, people, I'm some people, the way he was talking in 2024, in some areas, I think maybe in my opinion, in the area of health, he's coming, a couple of his appointments could have been worse. I'm talking about with Kennedy, Rob Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. Some people say Vance, but in general, of course, he's horrible, and you called it from the beginning. But I don't want to go on and on. That's just my basic. So kudos to you, recognition, and it's stupid to. I think in Proverbs it says, or somewhere in the Old Testament, don't hang your hope upon princes and basically government people and stuff. So anyway, the only other thing I got is in the realm of cosmography. In the realm of Arctic books, I'm trying to get a collection of. It's already well on the way, but there's a set. I came across it recently, but on the Arctic, there's this Alaska. I think there's a series for all the American coast with details for piloting boats or whatever kind of watercraft, for shows where the marinas are and water depths well out to sea, for There's one for the Alaska region in particular. I think it's called U.S. Coast Pilot 9. It's sold on Amazon and all other. I put a link of it on the Rebellion, your Telegram chat. But it's in this one book. It's got all the details for the entire Alaskan coast, from way down where that archipelago, adjacent to British Columbia down there, from that, all the islands all the way out to the areas near Russia, and the whole Pacific Island coast of Alaska and the Arctic Island coast. It's got all the details of its coast in one book. And, it's up to date. It's updated at least every year. And the other one, I haven't found an up-to-date one, but there's a classic one for the entire Canadian northern regions. I'm talking about north of the provinces like Yukon, Arctic coast, and the Northwest Territory Arctic coast. And I think it's called Nunavut, is those semi-autonomous regions that are for the Inuit. The Inuit. I think the region. It used to be part of Northwest Territories, and now it's on the Arctic, like the parts adjacent to Greenland, like Baffin Island. And this book, it came out in '59, was printed in the '60s. It's a 3-volume set called The Pilot of Arctic Canada. It's a 3-volume. You could find old copies of it, but before satellite, I want to get an up-to-date one. But it shows like mid-century in the late 50s and 60s. It's I would find it like $100 to $150 for the 3-volume set in fine condition. I posted links to it in your Telegram chat, the Rebellion. But I'm just on a roll with this right now. I found like somebody, the coast pilot for all the Polynesian islands, basically from New Zealand all the way to Easter Island over in the Far East up to Hawaii, like a big triangle in the South Pacific, and probably road atlases for New Zealand and Australia. But it's just a current project for this fall, the books I'd like to gather with the, view for having reference information, just as not in connection with some specific strategy or cosmology, just to accumulate knowledge. But I just put it out there that such books do exist. I think if I haven't, I'll put it specifically the one for Polynesia. I'll post a link to it on the Telegram. I forgot the Charlie's charts or Charlie's. Anyway, it's a series, this guy, but he's got one on Polynesia that raised my eyebrow a little bit. That's not too shabby. Anyway, that's all I got. I don't know if I went over 10 minutes or not, but we'll see. About to go to lunch.
All right. Thanks, Dennis.
All right. We'll see you.
Later. Dennis did, in fact, not go over 10 minutes. That call was 6 minutes and 35 seconds long. So, probably one of your shorter calls, Dennis. You'll talk for 23 minutes. All right. Studies have found that people who become obsessed with these rabbit holes of information become estranged from their friends and family and increasingly isolated from society. At the same time, conspiracy theorists can become more dangerous, being significantly more likely to endorse political and interpersonal violence. For example, one study found that people who believed that 5G masks were being installed to spread COVID-19 were more likely to justify the use of violence against the engineers installing them. However, as this new study shows, these changes also wreak havoc on conspiracy theorists' romantic lives. At the beginning, non-believing partners tried to reason with their husbands and wives with appeals to facts and reason. However, participants in the study say they soon realized this was futile as the arguments became bitter and personal. Interviewees said that their partners called them brainwashed, sheep, and the enemy. You see, though, and I believe that this did happen because I know it happened to people around here. Like there were flat earthers who their relationships broke up because one person was a believer and one person was not. One people saw that the earth, through stuff, and the other did not. And so they broke up. This happened. And I feel like that is part of it. That's part of the psyop. It's like, I think they knew that. I think that that's how people are programmed. When people are so entrenched and so beholden to like their beliefs and the paradigm that they have lived in their whole lives, and they can't. It is so difficult to let go of that. Like, even I've talked about this before. When I first woke up to flat earth, like, I was going back and forth, like, this can't be true. Is it true? No, it's not true. Yes, oh my God, it is true. No, it can't be true. And I was going back and forth, and it was very tumultuous, like, psychologically. And I remember feeling like, afterwards, I was like, I think that's the closest I ever came to like any sort of depression, because it just felt so, I just was like, wow, everything is a lie. It's almost like you have to go through mourning for like your past belief system. And then you have to like very slowly and methodically, piece by piece, sort of rebuild what your view of the world and what you think is going on. And and at every turn there's somebody trying to convince you of some new bullshit story, which I think is also part of the psyop. That's why they push these things into your feed. There's somebody telling you, oh, everything is petrified titans, and oh, the mountains are melted brick buildings, and oh, all these buildings across the world, they all came from the same benevolent one world Tartarian empire. Where they had all the antiquitech, free energy, and now we're just slaves. It's like, there are real deceptions going on, and then there's there's things that people had made up. They made them up, and they're truth or traps. They're distractions, truth or traps. And those are the things that are going to really cause problems in your relationship, because they're retarded. And your partner is like, oh my God, my loved one has become retarded. They literally think every mountain is a tree stump that was pushed over by some crazy titan-sized giant. Or whatever they think. They think there's all these multiple resets and, just whatever it is. That's why there's problems in people's relationships, because people take it too far. They take the conspiracy train and they ride that bitch way too far down the line. So glad Melissa and I see eye to eye on most of the stuff. Yes, that's great. It's beautiful. And like Sarah and Griff, they woke up together. Like, it's possible, for your relationship to survive this, but you have to decide. I guess everybody's different, and maybe some people can reconcile it and some people can't. Like, think about Closet Steve. Closet Steve, I'm going to talk about you. Closet Steve, who shows up in the chat, and his name's Closet Steve because he's in the closet flat earther, and he says his wife hates flat earth, and it's like the one point of contention between them, and he doesn't talk to her about it anymore because he loves his wife. He says she's the best wife ever, even though she doesn't think the earth is flat. And so there's no reason for him to push that issue. There's no reason for him to destroy his marriage, because he loves his wife. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. You should be able to agree to disagree on stuff like this, as long as everything else is good in the relationship. Like, the person's not abusive. They're not a liar or a cheater, or, if they're a good spouse, if they care about you, if they tell you the truth all the time, and they take care of, they uphold their half of the relationship, and it's otherwise a good relationship, why would you destroy that over flat earth? I don't get that. Why would you do that? I used to think that maybe relationships couldn't withstand it, and I know Mark says it, but I disagree. I think that you can. Your relationship can survive something like that. And if you really care about that person, it should. I mean, do you know how hard it is to find a good person in this world who's got your back, who is honest, who cares about you? Like, finding somebody like that and having them in your life is extremely special. And you should never, ever, 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 ever say, just because you don't think the earth is flat or you don't believe in XYZ, that, I mean, if everything else is good, of course, like, You know, it's different if you're like, find out that your spouse believes, loves and worships Satan and believes, all these horrible things. Well, that's a different story. But over flat Earth, nah, man, nah. I heard of flat in 1987, so by 2016 it sunk into my subconsciousness. Lots of couples diverged on the vax, yes. Happy wife, happy life, crazy life. Tommy, that is probably true. I got in 5 COVID fights. Police called on me twice, in jail for 2 weeks with $666 in bail. In 3 weeks, I'll be single and sex-free for 13 years. Wow, Tommy, tell the truth. I also won 5 COVID fights. Tommy, has your third eye bursted open from all the excess life energy you've been saving being celibate? It's very hard to find someone who has your back because as soon as things get tough, people get gone. That is true. This is true. It's true. Ultimately, researchers found that conspiracy theorists became all but unrecognizable as the person they once were. The conspiracy theorists poured almost all of their time into researching their chosen theory online and talked about it constantly at every possible opportunity. Participants reported that their partners changed dramatically, becoming angry, agitated, mean, aggressive, and hateful. One told the researchers he became this very angry, depressed, unhappy person, who took it out on people around him. I could see this happening. Which is why, I kind of say some of the stuff I do. It's like, you guys got to rein it in because you go too far off into La La Land. In extreme cases, partners even became abusive and dangerous, with one participant reporting that his partner attacked him after learning he had taken a COVID-19 vaccine. For the partners watching their loved ones spiral out of control, the psychological and social effects were severe. I remember there was a thing that women were saying, like, don't be having sex with a man who's had the COVID-19 vaccine, and vice versa. One told researchers, I'm a very anxious person to begin with, and hearing him rant about this stuff made me even more anxious. I drank a lot more because I couldn't sleep. Sometimes you can get so overwhelmed because he seems so sure and it messes with your head. You start thinking you're the crazy one. Yeah, I can see how this is a thing. This could be a thing. Because people do. Because, and what do you think it does to people? Like Law was saying, like, what do we get subjected to so much trauma-based mind control, like psyops on a regular basis, that, when someone in your house maybe starts peeling the layers back on that, it can be a lot, man. Tommy's hand isn't sex-free, though. If a person is celibate, does that mean they cannot leave themselves? Huh? Lucid dreaming for 50% of the time. Could be the sobriety, could be the trauma, but the occult literature does state conserving sexual energy is critical. Did you see the podcast with Eric Dubay and Nathan Oakley? No, I didn't. Nathan is a very sharp dude. Eric from the other way is very boring face to face. Well, yeah. I told you guys I could never stay awake through a whole Eric Dubay video. Oh, cannot relieve themselves. Oh, you mean like no masturbation? Well, I don't know, but I guess, I mean, if you're celibate and you're not having sexual relations, I mean, why would you sort of wake that giant by masturbating? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. Vril? Later, Melissa. No, so Eric Dubé did a video with Nathan Oakley. Morning wood has to be chopped. What does that mean, Tommy? What does that mean? What does morning wood has to be chopped mean? Does that mean you crank it off in the morning? Picture with Mark Sargent, of course, because Earth's surface looks and feels flat when we walk around it. The conspiracy theorists denounce all evidence to the contrary. There is no evidence, buttholes. Leading theories suggest Earth is a disk, with the Arctic Circle in the center, and Antarctica is a 150-foot tall wall of ice. North Carolina in 2017. Theorists claim that satellite images and evidence pointing to a spherical Earth are part of a round Earth conspiracy orchestrated by NASA and other government agencies. Proponents of the bizarre theory also claim the Earth is stationary in space rather than orbiting the Sun. Some believe the Earth is covered by a glass dome which sits over the flat disk. The international scientific community has consistently denounced the flat Earth theory. Decades of space imagery and peer-reviewed astronomical research back their claims. NASA has proved that the Earth is round using satellites, GPS, and images from space, but flat earthers believe the space agency is lying. Oh, God. Terrible, terrible comments. Just goes to show these theories fall flat in the end. Whatever. I can say my wife never believed in the moon landings even before we met each other. Well, right on, Dennis. The U.S. has 41 days of crude oil inventory left. Oh, well, when I search it, it says even less. The United States has approximately 311.4 million barrels of oil in strategic petroleum reserves as of July 17th, 2026. This amount is equivalent to about 15 days worth of oil at current consumption levels. This says, what now? "41 days of crude oil reserve." Why does this say less, so much less? 15 days? Wait, is this the same thing? Wait, okay, so they have different totals for proven oil reserves and strategic petroleum reserves. So what is this about? Crude oil inventory left. Crude oil. So what did I type? How much crude oil does the U.S. have in reserves? Okay. So I looked for the right thing. 15 days, not 41. Gold is climbing again. What's the gold price? An ounce of gold is worth $4,646. What about silver? How do you find silver? Oh, is it Bitcoin? Why isn't it showing me silver? Why isn't silver here? Does nobody care about the price of silver? $68.70. That's pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy because a few years ago, like I remember in the beginning, like 2020, it was like $20 an ounce, $19, $20 an ounce. So it's over 3 times that now. That's crazy. What's up, Love Bunny? It means real assets like gold and silver are only going to go up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Southern California has tons of oil. Yep. Yup. Six controversial documentaries about the flat earth theory. 6 of them, huh? Behind the Curve. The Flat Earth Conspiracy. Bob's Flat Earth. BOB's Flat Earth Conspiracy explained and obviously debunked. Oh, really? Mashable. The Edge of All We Know. So, delves into flat earth theory, presenting interviews and narratives that encapsulate differing viewpoints on the topic. By engaging with various communities and individuals, documentary provides viewers with a comprehensive look at arguments for and against the earth, the flat earth. The Edge of All We Know, 2021. I never heard of this one before. Oh God. Oh God. The Logan Paul bullshit. Flat Earth to the edge and back. Oh my God. God. How come all these documentaries are anti-Flat Earth documentaries? I haven't seen this one, so I don't know, but I can only assume it's anti, since the other bullshit they're putting up here is as 6 Flat Earth documentaries. What do they call them? Controversial documentaries about the Flat Earth theory. They're not controversial. These are not controversial documentaries because they're making fun of Flat Earth. There's nothing controversial about ripping on Flat Earth. That's the status quo. Lunar lunacy. God. Flat Earth and the People Behind the Myths by CNN. Sweet Jesus. Dr. Spiros Mikalakis, a physicist featured in Behind the Curve, emphasizes the importance of understanding rather than mocking flat earthers. Remember when we did a talk with him? It was like called Nine Flat Earthers and a theoretical physicist or whatever he is. He just I haven't watched that video. I should go back and watch that video again. It's on my channel. Frank Campanella, another prominent figure in the documentary, conducts... They don't even get Jaren's name right. They call him Frank. Frank Campanella, another prominent figure in the documentary, conducts experiments to test flat earth theories. Despite their dedication, these tests often result outcomes that challenge our own beliefs. Whatever. That thing that Jaren set up on the Delta Road over there with the flashlights and the boards, that was the dumbest fucking sight test ever concocted known to man. I mean, absolutely retarded. Retarded. I mean, just trying to shine a flashlight of like a flashlight over 1 mile. You think the light's going to reach that far? No. That whole thing was just so dumb. Look at all the bullshit AI text. And what's this? Professor Dave. Oh, God. Key observations include the way ships disappear hull first over the horizon and the circular shadow Earth casts on the moon during a lunar eclipse and the photographs of Earth from space. None of these are proof. None. Lindsay's psychologist says she wasn't psychotic and is responsible for her actions. No one does real flat earth experiments. Not no one. Some people do. It's just most of them aren't. Remember to use lenses to magnify the light. That will definitely not be there. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Green Chili Bear? Anyone read Sunny Davis' book, True Earth Whisperer, The Lost Art of Dyads? Nope. I never even heard of it. What is Lost Art of Dyads? What is it called? Sunny Davis, True Earth Whisperer. Isn't that somebody's handle? What is practicing dyads? What is dyads? What the fuck is that? What is dyads? In sociology, a dyad is a group of two people, the smallest possible social group. As an adjective, dyadic describes their interaction. The pair of individuals in the dyad can be linked via romantic interest, family relation, interest, work, partners, crime, and so on. One pair of homologous chromosomes resulting from the division of a tetrad during meiosis. I don't think that's the one. Two individuals or units regarded as a pair. Okay. I've never heard that word used before. How to practice dyads. So what's that, like relationships? Non-toxic dialogue techniques for exploring tattoo or polarizing topics like evolution, creationism, God, geocentric, heliocentric cosmology. Oh, okay, so it's like how to talk to people. Interesting. Like triad, but one less. That's thank you, Scrotal Xerox. They're all staged experiments by the controllers. I've got the real experiment, which was why Shelley Lewis pulled that Flat Earth documentary out from under me. Oh, are you what's his nuts? What's his name? Josh? Was it Joshua? What's the real experiment? What do you act like nobody did anything? What experiment? And you don't do it. There's really no experiment that with which you can decipher whether the Earth is moving or the sky, as far as we know. But you can do observations. Nobody's doing experiments. They're observations. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Hey, pretty good, thanks. Hey, last week you had hiccups. Do you know how to get rid of them? Or do you want to know how to? I should ask.
I don't know. People tell me all kinds of stuff to get rid of hiccups, but they don't work whenever I try them. But sure, what you got?
Okay, yeah, I get rid of them all the time. I used to have them all the time. It's from, this is strange, but you can double check me. It's from too much oxygen in the blood. So what you do is you exhale all of the air out of your lungs, and then you hold it for as long as you can. I almost pass out when I try to do it. And then I slowly breathe in. You know, I can't take it anymore. What you're doing is changing the oxygen level in your blood. So you might have to do it once, twice. By the third time, my hiccups are always gone.
Okay.
Always. Yeah, 'cause I used to get them a lot. Try that next time you get them, and let me know if it works.
All right.
Just slow down your breathing, all the oxygen out of your blood. You're trying to equalize it. That makes any sense. And I heard something this morning, which I didn't know. You know the strategic oil reserves? Wouldn't you think they'd be like in a cave in barrels? Apparently, it's liquid in the salt cavern. You knew that?
Yeah, it's like a giant
it's like water in there, and then the oil stays on top.
Yeah, it's a giant hole in the ground.
So weird. I was picturing them being in like little barrels. That's how they tell how much is in there, you know. 1.5 million barrels. Anyway, I can't imagine. So the oil stays on top of the water, and then they suck off the gas when they need it. Well, anyway, they're saying they're getting so low that the caverns could fail.
Oh, that would be
eating at the salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be bad.
Yeah, and prediction diesel's going to go up so much because the reserves are so low. and all the farmers are getting ready to till their crops or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They've used all those equipment, all the diesel, all that food and harvest the food. Anyway, I didn't know that before, and I thought I'd share that. You knew that already, huh? Sitting in there with water.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So weird. That's all I had. Oh, you said you were going to start weight training?
I want to. I haven't yet though, because I'm really lame about starting stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I've been doing it, and the only way I've, besides not eating to lose weight is to weight train. Muscle burns fat.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to bulk up to be like some steroid woman or anything.
Yeah.
But it definitely burns fat. It speeds up your metabolism, I think. I still lift every day. But that's all I had. I just wanted to tell you about getting rid of your hiccups.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'll try it.
All right. You're welcome.
All right.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye, Karen.
Bye. Oh, I was trying to answer your phone call 504, but for whatever reason, it didn't let me. The other guy hung up, and then I couldn't answer it in time. I'm sorry. What's up, Witsit? Everybody say hi to Witsit. Witsit's in the chat. Long time no see, Witsit. Hope you're doing all right, my friend. What I'm saying is using a large number of hobs with cams, altimeters, and lasers to establish an aerial net that demonstrates the surface on a 3D map. Okay. Worked with them at the Denver conference. Yes, I remember all that. And I remember all the huge falling out. I don't know what the deal was, but I remember you guys all had a major falling out. Commercial production of oil in the U.S. is like an all-time high. I'm pretty sure the strategic reserve is low, but privately more oil coming from U.S. than ever. Yeah, I know we have tons of oil. Like, they're never going to let us run out of oil and just not start drilling for oil here in America. They won't do that. What is a HAWB? Hobs with cams? Do you mean like drones? Or hot air balloons? Weather balloons? Oh, high altitude weather balloons. I think that's what you're trying to say. Phones are open. 704-666-1776. Apparently, so let's see. I'm going to check and see if that is being talked about on X about Lindsay Clancy's psychiatrist saying she knew right from wrong. Because I believe that bitch did know. I bet she knew. Admits in a serious psychiatric state. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Forgive me calling a second time. I called because there's one quick topic which I thought it's significant enough, and I don't remember offhand if anybody in Flat Earth has ever talked about it much, but it probably has. There's something that I didn't know about until recently called the Antarctic Convergence. It's a line in the southern oceans that it's a little bit, some distance off the coast of Antarctica. the entire I think the entire circumference of it. At least that's what modern science says. And what it is, it's a line between the colder waters, and it's a physical line in the sea, and it's not something artificial. It's something that's natural. It's been there, since there was water in the oceans. And it's a line between the cold water in the Antarctic and the other waters that are warmer to the north of it. And it fluctuates depending on the seasons of the year, north and southward. So it's like in the solstices, it'll be at its generally or its extremities. I haven't looked into it. It just occurred to me, perhaps that I haven't looked into this, but perhaps I wanted to know if you or anybody online with it or anybody whatever have any opinion of its significance. And occurred to me a possibility, especially since I'm thinking there's a slight inclination to the entire world where it angles slightly upwards towards the Arctic North, like there's rivers have inclinations and what have you. I'm thinking perhaps the Antarctic convergence or something in that vicinity is the low point where the waters south of it or outward of it begin to angle slightly upwards towards Antarctica, and Antarctica or the outer Earth and Greenland are the two highest points in the world geologically, whereas Greenland, or at some point probably Greenland, unless there's some, I doubt it, some uncharted island comes to surface, but Greenland's the land mass in the world closer to the so-called North Pole than anything. It's the most northern known landmass in the world, whatever, like the rooftop of the world. But if it's true, like the Christian topography and early Christians, and as far as I know, other ancient flat Earth cosmologies, I just think have argued that the flat Earth books argue it angles slightly toward the Earth. But as far as the Antarctic convergence, does anybody have an opinion of that? It struck me as possibly a low point. It's definitely, though, modern science considers it a dividing line between the colder waters south of it and somewhat warmer waters north of it, in the southern Atlantic and southern Pacific and the southernmost Indian Oceans. Mm-hmm. Anyway, that's all I got. Have you heard anything about Antarctic convergence? That's all.
I actually have not. I have not.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I don't know if he talked about it, but when I was at the Ark encounter a couple months ago to see the astronauts there and also to see the Ark over in Kentucky, I met and had conversations with Danny Faulkner, and I looked up his article that he's got online about the TFE. And, two things. I obviously disagree with him about the flat Earth, but we had, I thought, productive conversations, and I've emailed or messaged Rick Hummer and Chris and Liz Bailey about them somewhat. But there was, I saw his article about the TFE after that, and I looked it up. And although obviously I'm going to disagree with some points of it, there were some pieces of knowledge that I may gain from it. I honestly, it wasn't something I looked into about the Antarctic midnight sun very much before the TFE. So I'm glad that happened, and I realized that reality. And that may have been probably was something he was aware of, but he was talking something about the rings around the poles, and it may have, I don't recall his article, I don't remember, I don't have it in front of me, whether he was aware of the Antarctic convergence or not, but it seems like something he possibly was. So just articles like that, even if I don't agree with his interpretations of some of the data, it may have pieces of data like that and very important information that I may not be aware of. So I'll probably have to go back and study it and scan it for such after that. But anyway, that's all I got. I'll let you go. Thanks. But if you know anything about it, let me know. the Antarctic conversion.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Thanks. It's the salt content that drives those currents, Dennis, and the melting ice sheets dilutes the seawater and may someday shut down the currents and fuck everything up. I don't think that could. How could you shut down the currents? Come on, guys, it's a never-ending supply. This life force rejuvenates itself as we do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not going to run out. Antarctic convergence or Antarctic polar front? You know what I noticed right off the bat is that it's not in a perfect circle. Although I guess this side's smaller. Interesting. Meteor 8428. What is that? What's Meteor 8428? Talk about the CK drone theory. That is an interesting theory, though, Billingtano. The whole thing where there's a guy, I guess his name's Chris Martinson, who's been talking about how the trajectory that Charlie Kirk was shot at doesn't match or doesn't look like it came from that low C building where they're saying the shot came from. And they also said that there weren't drones flying around. Everybody's saying there was no drones, but then there's video of the day and there's like drones in the video flying around all over the place in the background. So the working theory is that that they used high-end, high-powered, high-end, very expensive, sophisticated drones fitted with firearms and fired the shot from a drone. That because the drone has, because I think the shot they say that building's only like 150 yards from where Charlie was shot. So the drones have a range of up to 600 yards. So the range at which Charlie was shot at is like well within the range of these sophisticated drones. Israeli drones, by the way. They're drones that Israel makes. And then the company that makes them has an American counterpart. So... And these drones can be run, they don't even have to be run by from the ground. They can be run from like an airplane in the air that's flying around that has, the capability, the signal sending and receiving capability, like a big and whatever, equipped with all that technology so they could do that. It's actually pretty plausible to me. That makes sense to me because then the drone is like it doesn't even have to be like visible from campus. It just makes sense. It's the most plausible thing because it makes way more sense than that stupid exploding mic theory. Salt water runs through the currents. It evaporates around the equator, making the water saltier and heavier, which sends it deeper around Greenland. The more fresh water, that cycle won't happen. Well, was that a Trump impression? I don't know. I do a Trump impression sometimes, but what did I say that was like a Trump impression? But I wasn't doing one just now, unless I just like slipped into it and didn't even realize what I was doing, which is entirely possible. Still doesn't explain what looks to be some sort of combustion coming from inside his shirt. Well, see, I don't believe that the shirt looks like there's combustion coming from inside of it, because there is a whole bunch of like when a bullet goes flying through the air, it's rapidly moving the air around it, which is why it's so loud and it breaks the sound barrier. So when this bullet's flying in, it's getting all this momentum, and then when it reaches Charlie, the air, like the concussion from the air, hits slightly before the bullet or at the same time as the bullet. And to me, it's like a cavitation of air. And I saw a bunch of other I saw some stuff of people shooting like dummies with shirts on and stuff. And I mean, to me, that part, I don't really question it. I could be wrong. But for me, that's not really so. It's not. It doesn't look like the mic exploded to me, because if you have explosives inside of a mic, then it explodes. There's no smoke, right? You would think that it wouldn't make a clean hole that looks just like that hole that went into his neck. I mean, if there's something exploded, it would like shredded. I feel like it would have shredded his neck. He'd have been shredded. It would have looked like something exploded on his neck if there was an explosive on his neck. And you can't tell me that the little mic has some projectile that came out and like hit him right in the right spot. Because like a mic on a shirt that's shooting out a projectile, like there's too much that could go wrong with that. And I feel like if they were really trying to make sure he died, they wouldn't use something where there was like so much room for error. If it's just a little mic on a shirt, I mean, there's nothing to hold it. Anything that shoots out a projectile, is going to recoil, right? So it's like, I don't know. That story never sat well with me. And I was watching this morning too, actually, another point. I was watching the whole thing with Jimmy Dore talking with Viva Frey, whatever, that little Jew guy. And then they were on the Brett Weinstein show. And one thing that Brett Weinstein brought up that I hadn't thought of and didn't even know about is that some of these mics, or the mics that he was using, they have like an onboard recording file. Like it live records the file into the actual mic itself, as well as like broadcasting the signal to a video camera or whatever. So like this mic that was sitting on his neck, when the shot was fired at him, it records everything from Charlie's position, the sound, whatever sound it make, any sort of sonic analysis of bullets, or, how, anything like that could be taken from this file that's on this mic. That's a super high res file, it could basically, give very pertinent, important information, either deciding guilt or innocence of this Tyler Robinson guy. But the mic itself is like nowhere to be found. So it is kind of weird. And they were positing that all the talk about the exploding mic as a theory made it so nobody asked where that mic was and where's the file that is on the mic that records the sound from Charlie Kirk's position in that tent. So whatever, it would give you the most detailed information, and it's nowhere to be found. Nobody has the mic. Nobody, like, it's not even talked about. But then everybody talks about the mic exploding, so nobody's asking where's the mic and where's the file that was on the mic that could be used in an investigation. So Israel paged him. I don't think the mic exploded. I think it was a squib. I don't think that either. It was fake. It's so easy for you guys to cry fake. Oh, it's fake. Everything's fake and gay. But that just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense because you're talking about somebody who was murdered in front of hundreds of people. There are hundreds of witnesses to this murder, you guys. Hundreds. Hundreds. And you guys think everybody there is lying about it? They're saying they saw Charlie Kirk got shot, but they really didn't see anything. I mean, this is what I'm saying with you conspiracy people taking that shit way too far. Real shootings have proof and evidence. This one has zero. What do you mean, proof and evidence? How does this not have any proof or evidence? There's like multiple videos of it happening. And a guy is gone. Two little girls don't have their father anymore. Now, who did it and the whole backstory behind it, that's a whole different story. But that guy's dead. And I don't care if you guys, whatever. You guys can all say it's all fake and gay, no, nothing, none of it ever. You can say all that, but you guys don't really have any proof of that either, dude. You guys are just, it's so easy from your house to go fake and gay. You don't know, but you guys just don't know. The guy that took down the camera SSD card has it. Yeah, see, that's suspicious too. You actually believe the story dude's guilty? I don't believe that their main story is true. The official story is bullshit. Like him getting shot with a 30-06 with that stupid rifle and the guy going on the roof and changing his clothes and breaking down the rifle and putting it back together and then breaking it down again. Like, none of it makes any sense. That is all bullshit. That's bullshit. But you guys are not, like, all you people who think, oh, it was fake. It was like staged. They had fake blood and CGI and blah, blah, blah. Like, whatever, dude. I mean, you guys can think that. I just don't think that. And you can say whatever you want. There was known crisis actors there? Like which ones? I'd like to know how similar his death looks compared to Hollywood special effects. Okay, well, Jeff Russ, let me just tell you this. Okay, you guys remember the Christchurch mosque shooting? Well, whenever that went down, because that's the one where the guy's like wearing a camera and he records the whole thing, right? That one is fake. Because you can literally see him walk in and like start shooting at a pile of people, and one guy's the head blows off like as if it's like a air compressor triggered movie special effect where the thing pops off and there's no blood. Like that shit is fake AF, okay? But if you watch the video, there's multiple views where Charlie, he gets shot and he seizes up and just starts gushing blood out of his neck. That shit, like, especially because and I know this is getting morbid, but it's like, I talked to a guy whose dad killed himself with a gun behind the house. So, and he was there when his dad did it. So he said he heard the gun go off and he walked behind the house and he said his dad was there and he could hear the blood rushing out like a fountain. Like it was going bloop, 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 you know? So when I see that video of the gun just like a fountain, just blub, 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 that's like what I think about. And I think that was probably real. That was probably real. I mean, just pouring out. George Zinn. Okay, so what else was he at? They were talking about that too today. They were talking about that too on that podcast that I was just talking about. And it turns out that like they were saying like George Zinn was at Boston bombing or whatever, but then that's not true. So is it true or is it not true? Like, I'm not sure. That's not verified, so I don't know. I mean, you know, see, and when we know, and once you know, like the how horrible and disgusting and evil the people are who are in charge, who have positions of authority on the global stage, they, like early on when we used to say that nobody died, oh, these are fake, nobody died. Well, now I don't think that anymore. I think people do die because I think that these evil MFers love nothing more than spilling the blood of people and making everybody watch it. That's part of the trauma-based mind control. Like shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck and having him bleed out and die in front of God and everybody on in broad daylight on TV and be recorded in 4K. That's like a form of trauma-based mind control for people. Like so many people looked up to that guy. I mean, it wasn't for me, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's a form of trauma-based mind control when you build somebody up and then they take them out. They take them out. It's like they give people a savior, whether you think he was legit, whatever, but then they'll take him out. And they do it all the time and they love their blood sacrifices. And a blood sacrifice requires blood. I mean, if you think they don't make these sacrifices as part of their ritual, absolutely they do. Absolutely. They have no problem and probably take joy in taking the lives of people for their purposes. George Zinn was in a 9/11 documentary. Okay, well, he could have been planted there as a distraction. Even if he was, that doesn't mean that Charlie Kirk did not get shot in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, that guy could be a crisis actor. He could have been there purposely to cause a distraction. Was he pulls his pants down and says, I did it, or whatever. Like, clearly, it's like, that doesn't, there's something fishy about that, but that doesn't mean that Charlie didn't die. All of the whole story could be a lie, but it doesn't mean Charlie didn't die. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I guess if you guys don't think he died, you think it's all fake, it was fake blood, it was a squib, it was like a movie set. I mean, if you want to believe that, whatever. Taking pawns off the board. Totally agree about the assassination of Kirk being real. Yeah, they really do kill people. Like they really did kill Martin Luther King. They really did kill JFK. They love to kill people. I think people underestimate how much they like to just kill people. One possibility is some of these folks like Kurt could be in on it being staged, but was told he would survive, then they kill him for real. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I looked at videos when this stuff first happened, and I saw lots of blood. He was bloody. His entire arm was covered in blood. So, I don't know. Genocide in Gaza is certainly real. Exactly. And you remember, like, back when that first popped off, the October 7th thing happened, and there was a whole bunch of people saying, oh, it's a psyop. And I was like, oh my God, you people, don't. Hi, kitty, kitty. Hello, kitty, kitty, kitty. Did you come back to say hi? Hmm? 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 Yeah? Hi, kitty, 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 kitty. Hi, kitty, kitty, kitty. If they are those guys you love and trust and praise and worship, maybe you are the problem. Who are you talking about, One Big Pond? None of us know the truth of the matter precisely. I'm pretty sure that guy died, though. I'm pretty sure that guy died. The whole thing being fake explains all the bizarre lack of protocol and odd behaviors and holes in the story. Whether he's still alive or not, I can't say, but it's sus, though. It is sus, though. All the holes explains a cover up. That's why a lot of people are like, dude, there's a cover up going on here. I totally agree that whatever the story they're spinning out is not what happened. It's not the truth of it. I don't know if we'll ever know the truth of it, but there's definitely a cover up. There's something fishy about all of it, for sure. For sure, right? Funny, though, how they don't show anymore. Show what? Funny how that don't show anymore. What shows? Lone gunman narrative, yeah. The theory about the drones, like them doing it with a drone from further back. So that explains the caliber not matching the rifle that Tyler had. It explains it. It explains why, it's probably not a 30-06 and why his head didn't almost come clean off, because that's what a 30-06 would have done. I just don't remember anything about this guy before. My tissues are as dry as Erica's. I just don't have a connection to it to care. I agree. I didn't even really know about him before either. It's just something to talk about. And we're not talking about it as like, oh, they killed Charlie. We're just I'm just analyzing it from the outside. I'm just looking at it and seeing what it looks like to me. I don't really have any sort of emotional investment in it. Show the blood gushing out? Oh. They don't show that anymore? Well, it's gruesome, dude. It's not something I don't even like watching. I don't like watching videos where people die. I really don't. It is like, I just don't like watching people die. It's not something I really want to see. Remember, I would even ask you guys, I'm like, do you guys want me to show it? Because I don't really want to show it. And everybody's like, no, don't play it. Don't play it. Because who wants to see that? Who wants to see somebody's blood just gushing out and the life leaving their body, like right there, all repeatedly over and over? Like, kind of like when 9/11 happened and they kept showing the planes crashing into the towers, like over and over and over and over, like 1,000 times over. They kept showing that stuff. Remember that? That's trauma-based mind control for sure. They didn't show it. He hit the ground before it started gushing out. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. The first video I saw was like somebody right up front who was recording it, looking at him, and he's talking and he says, he's something like, prove me wrong, or whatever he says. And he just goes, and you see the blood just pouring out. I don't want to show it again, but it's there. The blood starts coming out before he even falls. Because he's sitting in a chair, right? And then he falls out of the chair. I think it's adrenal fatigue. I don't have it to care about TV stuff. I don't know. Coomern's faggot over on Rumble. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing it like the day it happened, and I sent it to my mom because I was like, "Mom, did?" Because I at first people when it first happened, people were like, "He got shot," but they were, "Oh no, he's being," they weren't saying that he died right away, or some people were saying he was killed, and other people were like, "No, he's at the hospital. They're working on him now." Like they were acting like he was, they didn't know. At the very first, it was like they didn't know. Or at least that's what it seemed like. And then the videos started making the rounds online. It was like later, just very shortly after it happened, was the first time I saw the video, like an up close, like a video somebody took of him getting shot. And that blood just starts coming out, like immediately. I mean, you're talking about the artery, right? Like that big fat artery in your neck. It's like all your blood supply goes through that thing, man. Anyway, yeah. So it is interesting. I find the drone theory to be plausible. It would make sense. It would totally make sense because most people are not going to be thinking about that. Not guilty. Oh, look, here's a Witsit. Here's a Witsit post coming through. Not guilty by way of insanity. Shouldn't even be a thing. Temporary insanity first became a thing in 1859 when Daniel Sickles shot and killed Philip Barton Key II, son of Francis Scott Key, author of the Star-Spangled Banner, in broad daylight in Washington, D.C., after discovering Key was having an affair with his wife. His legal team argued temporary insanity, and he was let off and went on to become a Union general in the Civil War. Wow. I didn't know that. Going down to the river. All right, Cammy. Not guilty by way of insanity. I mean, I kind of agree. I mean, yeah. Because by temporary insanity, it's like somebody does something and makes you go insane temporarily. No, you just got so pissed off you couldn't control yourself.
And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you, Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
Using the firefighters and trucks.
Aw.
And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
8-month-olds don't have interest. But how sad. I feel for that guy. I feel for that guy. Oof. Truth about Charlie Kirk. Trump lies about dropping nukes. So you can have a temporary mental lapse and be a general? Yes, sir. Very low? What are you talking about? Anyway. ICE is working with Clearview AI for facial recognition. Oof. The TikTok crap. You're saying low because I played a TikTok video? It was just a clip of the dude on trial, the husband of the woman who killed the babies on trial. It's not like it was like a dancing nurse video or something. Glad I got off Round Earth News. I know. I actually try not to look at too much stuff other than like on when I'm doing coffee talk is like the most I look at stuff online. Well, it's not true. I look at stuff online too on my phone sometimes. But I try not to spend too much time though because it can screw with your head, man. The internet is not real life. Here's the thing. The internet is not real life. Like, you know, I can go on X and I can go to the page on X of like numerous politicians and they're just getting railed by people on X about being Israel shills and taking AIPAC money and how they don't care about the people, like just getting railed on all their posts. But I feel like that's like specific to X. If you go out in regular everyday life, there's not as many people who are being so vocal about the injustices being imposed upon American people on a day-to-day basis. There just isn't. They just don't. You know, the internet is just not real. Like it gives you, it almost gives you like a fake, almost like false hope. Because sometimes I look at stuff and I'm like, yeah, people are waking up. You know, they're saying this, and that, and blah, blah, blah. And then I go out into the world and it's like people aren't even thinking about this shit. Most of the people are not even thinking about this shit. They're just going to work. They're trying to figure out how to buy groceries, you know, trying to get some gas. The economy sucks. They're way more concerned about how much harder life is getting for them than like going on social media and, you know, fighting with their thumbs against people. And it's almost like, and I even got to wonder, sometimes I wonder if social media, as much as we learn through these things, like people sharing stuff, I mean, everything is so throttled and you really have to look for stuff that it almost makes me wonder if these social media platforms aren't like perpetuated and kept up so that people can go vent their frustrations on social media. And then after they vent their frustrations, it's like they get that out and then they go on and they do something else, but they don't ever actually take any real action. So sometimes I wonder, like, you know, like we're talking about the Q psyop, QAnon, that sort of truther trapped a bunch of people who would normally be pissed off about bad things happening into inaction because they thought that Trump was going to save everybody. They thought that, you know, they could vote themselves out of this horror show by voting for Trump and that he was going to fix everything. And clearly that didn't fucking happen, you know? So it makes me wonder if like all these social media, like things like this aren't just in place so that people can express their frustrations. Meanwhile, nobody nobody actually takes any actual physical action, or these people still aren't being held accountable, I'd have to argue that even with all this stuff going on, people probably today in general are more informed than they ever were, and they're still not stopping these evil assholes, you know? So it's like, is it even smart to spend so much time on social media stuff? I don't think it is. You know, I don't think it is. That's why here I started to just, you know, try to focus on family and making sure that my family, you know, has an understanding of the world and the way it is, and that we present ourselves and we treat everybody the way that they should be treated. We like be the upstanding people that we want to be want to see in the world, if that makes sense. You know, rather than sit there and focusing like that article talking about how flat earthers get all depressed and bad things happen and, you know, their relationships crumble. Like that could also happen. I'm thinking that could happen even with just stuff that isn't considered conspiracy theories, like any political garbage. Like if somebody's too wrapped up in the political stuff and then it's like just a complete nightmare, like the way it is now, that's going to send somebody into a spiral too. Probably people are, but I'm sure the conspiracy stuff is worse. I don't know. Hey, Sirius B. Oh, the volume was low in that video. I got you. They were just asking him about it was like somebody asking him about his kid, his dead child, and what did his dead child into? He's like firemen and fire trucks and Paw Patrol. Like how freaking sad, dude. How sad. Never even got to know the man that his you know boys were gonna grow up to be. If Effie depression was real, they would offer a drug for it. Well, it doesn't last forever. I wonder if people have been put on Prozac and stuff after looking into Flat Earth. I bet you there have been. People are awake in weird ways. The only time they think about it is when they go on X. Right? So it's like, is anything ever going to get better? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like all we can do is sit back and watch and just, you know, try to make it so that our families make it through to the other side of whatever is on the other side of whatever the fuck this is. You know what I'm saying? Whatever this is, whatever's happening, just try to take care of you and yours and each other. We'll do a meetup. Oh, it's almost 2 o'clock. All right, I got to get going. We'll do a meetup. Law, listening. Let's shoot for October 25th. We'll figure out where it's going to be. We'll try to shoot for that date, though. Tentatively, we'll do a meetup on the 25th. Not sure where yet, though. We'll figure it out. All right, you guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you for joining me for another episode of Coffee Talk. I always appreciate your input and your comments. And yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll see you soon. All right? All right. Watch the markets, and there's tons of videos of the AI bubble crashing next week and the bond market crashing. Meetup incoming. Yes. Tentatively October 25th, Sunday. All right? All right. All right, my friends. Have a wonderful day.
The earth, but I'm not spinning at all. Hi, Haley. I'm spinning at 120 miles per hour. How about you, Zach? I am spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't feel it. Oh, fuck.